Welcome back, stargazers. Tonight, we're not looking under the bed, we're looking up. The sky is clear, quiet, familiar. Until it isn't. A flash, a shape, something hovering absolutely still. And then, in an instant, it's gone. Tonight's story isn't just about lights in the sky. It's about lost time, strange interference, and a silence so heavy it feels personal. So before we take off, subscribe if you haven't already, like the video, and let me know in the comments, what time is it for you right now? Now dim your lights. Tune out the static. And remember, not everything up there is a star.
I never thought I'd be one of those people. The kind who posts late at night on some random forum saying, "Hey, I think I saw something." I always figured if something weird happened, I'd keep it to myself, or maybe tell a friend over a beer. But here I am, typing this out in the middle of the night, because I honestly don't know what else to do. It started like a regular night. I live alone in a small house, just outside a town you probably haven't heard of. It's rural Pennsylvania. Forests, farmland, the occasional two-lane road that goes nowhere in particular. My neighbors are a few acres away in either direction, and when it gets dark out here, it gets really dark. No city lights, no traffic sounds, just crickets and wind. That night I couldn't sleep, not unusual for me. I get bouts of insomnia every now and then. Usually I'll sit out on the back porch with a blanket, maybe a mug of tea if I'm feeling restless. Sometimes I'll just listen to the woods. I know it sounds weird, but it's peaceful, familiar, like a quiet that knows you. So I was sitting there, just staring off toward the tree line. There's a small stretch of forest that borders the property. Nothing too dense. You can see straight through to the other side in daylight. But at night, it just turns into this solid wall of black. I was sitting there for maybe 20 minutes, just spacing out, when I saw it. A light. At first I thought it was a plane, maybe one of those medevac helicopters that sometimes cuts across the valley, but it was too low, way too low. It was just above the tree line, maybe 30 or 40 feet up, gliding smoothly from left to right, and it was completely silent. No rotors, no engine noise, not even the whoosh of wind. Just this huge, soft, white glow, like someone had taken a full moon and dipped it in fog. It wasn't casting a beam either, not like a flashlight or a car headlight. The light didn't spill, it just glowed, like the thing was lit from inside, and the light had nowhere else to go. I stood up and walked to the edge of the porch, tried to focus my eyes. It wasn't moving fast, but it wasn't slow either. Just steady, smooth. Almost like it was being pulled by something invisible. And here's where it started getting weird. My dog Max didn't react at all. Now Max is not some lazy old mutt. He's a shepherd mix. Sharp ears, big bark. He usually loses his mind over the sound of airplanes, raccoons, even falling branches. But while I'm standing there, staring at this glowing thing in the sky, Max is asleep in his dog bed just inside the screen door. Not a twitch, not even a head tilt. I called his name, soft at first, then a little louder. He didn't stir. I looked back up. The light had stopped. Dead still, hanging there above the trees, just pulsing slightly, not blinking, not flashing, just breathing. That's the only way I can describe it. The way the light shifted, it felt like it had rhythm, like something alive was keeping time. I pulled out my phone to try and record it. The screen was black. I mean, it was on, but the camera wouldn't focus. I tapped the screen, adjusted the brightness, even flipped the camera a few times. Nothing, just a blur of noise and pixelated garbage. And the weird thing is, the rest of the yard looked fine. Porch lights, fence, even the tree trunks all showed up, just not the light. I gave up after a minute and just watched. It stayed there for maybe 30 seconds. Could have been longer, but time got slippery. I remember feeling like I couldn't move, but not in a scary way. More like I was being told not to. Like everything in me went still because whatever this was didn't want to be interrupted. Then, without warning, it shot straight up. Not diagonally, not fading into the distance. Straight up. Gone. No sound, no wind, just nothing. Like a hole had opened and swallowed it. I stood there for a long time after that, just staring at the sky. It was empty. Stars above, trees below, nothing in between. I could hear the crickets again. I looked down at Max, still sleeping, still undisturbed. Eventually I went inside, locked the doors without really thinking about it, not because I felt in danger, but because something in me said that was the right thing to do. I sat on the couch with the lights off and tried to process it. Every logical part of me tried to explain it away. Weather balloon, drone, reflection. But it wasn't any of those things. I've lived out here long enough to know what a drone looks and sounds like. I've seen weather balloons. This was different. It wasn't just the lack of sound, it was the way it felt. It felt like it saw me. Like it knew I was there, and it let me see it. That's the part I can't shake. It didn't make a mistake. It didn't slip up and let itself be noticed. It let me watch. And now, I can't stop wondering why. Why me? Why then? Why here? I keep thinking about the light, the way it hovered, the way it pulsed, like it was waiting for something or someone. I haven't told anyone in person yet, not because I'm scared they'll think I'm crazy, but because I still don't know what I'd even say. Hey, I saw something that wasn't supposed to be there, and it looked right through me. What do you even do with that? I didn't sleep at all. The sun's coming up now. I made coffee but haven't touched it. Max is finally awake, acting normal, wagging his tail, waiting for breakfast. Like none of it happened. But it did. And I think it's only the beginning. The next day felt wrong from the moment I opened my eyes. I don't mean dramatic wrong, like a horror movie or some eerie omen, just off. Like my body had skipped a beat overnight and was still trying to catch up. I got out of bed slow, even though I hadn't really slept. More like I drifted in and out of shallow dreams that kept looping. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that light again, not in the sky, but in my house, pulsing behind the windows, waiting. Max was acting normal, which somehow made things worse. I kept checking him for anything strange, eyes, ears, behavior, but he was just the same happy dog he always was. That should have calmed me down, but it didn't. If anything, it made me feel like I was losing it a little. I made coffee, sat on the porch, and stared at the tree line. Same view, same breeze through the leaves. No glowing objects, no strange hum, no sense of being watched. Just morning sun and bird song, but my mind wouldn't settle. I kept thinking back to the exact moment when it shot upward, how clean that movement had been. There wasn't even a visual trail. 1 second it was there, then gone. I went back inside and opened my phone. Still no good footage. The video I'd taken was pure black, like the sensor didn't even register light. I took a few photos during the day just to make sure the camera still worked. It did. Everything else showed up fine. Porch lights max, even my reflection in the screen. But that night, just static. Around noon, I decided to drive into town, maybe pick up some groceries, maybe talk to a few people casually. I wasn't planning on bringing it up directly, just testing the waters, seeing if anyone else felt weird or had noticed something unusual. The grocery store was as normal as ever, same cashier with the oversized glasses, same old guy in the corner reading magazines without buying any. I made small talk while bagging my stuff. "Anything weird going on last night?" I asked, trying to sound casual. She shrugged and said not that she knew of, just the usual power flickers. I froze for a second. "Power flickers?" I asked. "Yeah," she said, "right around 2 in the morning. Everything blinked out for a second. Came right back, though. Thought it was just one of those rolling outages." I didn't say anything else, just nodded and paid, but my brain was already spinning. I hadn't noticed any flicker. Then again, I'd been outside and the lights inside were off. Still, something about that detail stuck with me. Power doesn't just blink out in these parts without reason. We're not on a fragile grid. Things here are usually steady, even in storms. On the way back home, I decided to take the long way. There's an old back road that runs past the ridge above my property. It's not paved well, mostly gravel and packed dirt, but from up there you can see down over the tree line where the thing had hovered. I parked near the overlook and just sat there for a while, trying to make sense of what had happened. I kept replaying it in my head, over and over. The size of the light, the way it moved, how it just seemed to glide without effort. Then I realized something I hadn't thought of before: the trees. I never heard them move. That might not sound strange if you've never lived in the woods, but when something big moves low over a tree line, you hear it. Branches rustle, leaves shift, sometimes even snap. But that night, it had been dead quiet. The trees didn't move, not a single one. That light had hovered just feet above them, and the leaves hadn't reacted at all. I don't know why, but that realization made my skin crawl. I got out of the truck and walked to the edge of the ridge, looked down across the tops of the trees, trying to pinpoint where it had stopped. It was hard to say exactly. Everything looked so normal now. Just green and brown, and the occasional sway of wind. Still, something tugged at me, a kind of pull, subtle but insistent. I ended up walking down the slope, careful not to lose my footing. There's a narrow deer trail that leads into the woods from the bottom of the ridge, and I figured if I followed it just a bit, I might find something. Burn marks, broken branches, anything that might back up what I'd seen. After maybe 20 minutes of walking, I came to a small clearing I didn't remember being there before. It wasn't huge, maybe the size of a single-room cabin, but the ground looked disturbed. Not dug up, but tamped down, flattened, and the grass in the middle was wrong. It wasn't burned, just faded, almost bleached. I knelt down and ran my fingers over it. The soil felt warm, not hot, just warmer than it should have been for a shaded patch of forest. I didn't have a thermometer or anything, but I trust my gut, and my gut was telling me this place hadn't been like this yesterday. Then I noticed something else. The birds were quiet. Not gone, just silent. It wasn't until I started walking back that the unease really set in. I kept feeling like I was being watched. Not stalked, not hunted, just observed. Like something was taking notes on me as I moved. I glanced over my shoulder more times than I care to admit. Nothing was there. No animals, no people, no sounds. When I finally made it back to the truck, I realized I had no memory of the walk uphill. I must have done it on autopilot, but that blank spot in my memory hit me like a wave. It was just 10 minutes, maybe 15, but I couldn't recall a single detail of it. No thoughts, no sounds, just a void. I drove home with the windows down, trying to shake the feeling. The wind helped a little, but I kept glancing at the sky, looking for something. The rest of the evening passed in a blur. I fed Max, made dinner, tried to watch a movie, but none of it stuck. My thoughts kept circling back to that light, that field, the missing chunk of time. And now, sitting here again at night, typing this, I'm starting to wonder if maybe I didn't just see something. Maybe I was part of it. And if that's true, then I'm not sure it's over. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that field, not how it looked, but how it felt, the silence, the way the air seemed to press inward. I kept hearing that soft, invisible hum that hadn't really been there, but also somehow had. I kept seeing the trees, standing completely still under the glow. And I kept seeing Max, asleep when he shouldn't have been. That detail still nags at me more than any other. Max barks at wind. He howls at the sound of a raccoon brushing the fence. But not that night. That night, he slept like he had been switched off. Around 3 in the morning, I gave up trying to rest and sat back on the porch. The stars were out, scattered and sharp. No planes, no lights, just open sky. I didn't know what I was hoping to see. Maybe the light again, maybe proof that I hadn't imagined it, but the night just sat there, quiet and wide, pretending to be normal. I stayed outside until the sun came up. That morning, I decided I needed to talk to someone, not a friend or a neighbor. Someone who might actually understand. I thought about calling the sheriff's office, but what was I going to say? Hey, I saw a silent glowing object float above my yard and my dog didn't bark. They'd either laugh or ask if I'd been drinking. I hadn't. Not a drop. I needed someone else. Someone who might have seen what I saw. So I posted online. I found a forum that talked about sightings, not the crazy ones, not the ones where every paragraph is full of capital letters and words like portal and starseed. Just regular people describing strange things in the sky. I made an account and typed out what had happened. I kept it simple, clean, no big claims, just the facts, the light, the silence. The sudden upward movement, and Max. The post went up around noon. I walked away from the computer after that. Didn't want to sit there hitting refresh. I mowed the lawn, did dishes, swept the garage for no reason. I just needed to move. By early evening, I had a few replies. Most were polite, curious. Some said it was probably a drone or a blimp. One guy even suggested it was a weather phenomenon, something about ball lightning. But 2 comments stood out. One was from a woman who said she lived about 20 miles south of me. She had seen something similar around the same time, just a glow moving without sound. She didn't record it. Her power went out right as it passed over her barn. The second comment was shorter. They watch from stillness. That was all it said. No follow-up, no name, just that line. I read it 10 times. It sounded poetic, but it hit me like a gut punch. I thought about the field, the light hovering, the way it didn't make a sound. It didn't move like anything with rotors or engines. It didn't even move like a balloon. It moved with purpose, with awareness. I went back out that night, same spot on the porch, same stars overhead, but now I couldn't relax. Every small sound made me sit up straight. Every breeze in the trees made me think I was about to see it again, but it never came. Just hours of waiting under a sky that didn't care. The next morning I called the electric company, told them I was checking on a recent outage in the area. The woman on the phone said they hadn't recorded any widespread issues, but she paused when I mentioned the time. 2 a.m, right? Yeah, I said, why? She said a few people in a scattered area had called in around that time. Lights flickered, phones stopped charging, all small stuff, but it happened close together, like a spike. I asked if that was normal. She said not really. Then she laughed and said, unless the aliens were playing with the switches again. She was joking, but my skin prickled. I started going through old notebooks. I've kept journals over the years, mostly boring stuff. Notes about home repairs, when I got new tires, reminders to get the gutters cleaned. But in the back of one, I found something strange, a short entry from 3 years ago. Woke up at 3:21 a.m. All the lights in the house were on, front door wide open, Max outside, staring at the sky, no memory of getting up. That's all it said. I had no memory of writing it. And I don't remember that night at all. I stared at that page for a long time. The handwriting was mine, no doubt about it. But the event? Nothing. Like someone cut a few minutes out of my life and forgot to glue them back in. That's when I started thinking that maybe this wasn't the first time. Maybe I just hadn't been awake for the others. I went out to the clearing again, took my camera, brought a compass too, just to see if anything would happen. The grass was still pale in the middle, like it had been drained of color. The soil still felt warmer than the ground around it, though less so than the last time. I tried taking photos. They came out fine. Then I set the compass in the center of the clearing. The needle twitched, not a little, a full wobble. It spun slowly for a few seconds, then settled on north, then spun again. I watched it do this 4 times before it finally stilled. I didn't touch it, just walked away. Back at the house, I sat on the porch again, and for the first time, I said the word out loud. Alien. It felt strange, too big, too dramatic, but what else could it be? I didn't want it to be that. I wanted a logical answer, a military test, a power anomaly, a drone with weird tech, something human. But it didn't feel human. I don't think a machine hovers in silence above trees with a light that doesn't shine. I don't think a machine makes your dog sleep when he should bark. I don't think a machine causes memory gaps in warm ground and a compass that can't decide where north is. So maybe it wasn't a machine. Maybe it wasn't a what at all. Maybe it was a who. And maybe it's been here longer than we've been watching. I didn't tell anyone in town. I thought about it. thought about walking into the diner, grabbing coffee, and easing into a conversation with one of the locals. Maybe one of the older guys who still remembered what stars looked like before satellite clusters filled the sky. But something stopped me. It wasn't just fear of sounding crazy. It was deeper than that. I started to feel like talking about it out loud might somehow invite it back. Like the more attention I gave it, the more real it would become. Instead, I focused on the clearing. I went back every day for almost a week, brought different tools each time. A cheap EMF reader I picked up online, a soil thermometer, a journal. The readings didn't make sense. The EMF meter spiked randomly in the center of the circle, then went quiet like nothing happened. The soil thermometer showed temperatures 4 to 5 degrees higher than the surrounding ground. But only in the center, and only for short periods. It would drop back to normal within minutes, as if something invisible came and went while I wasn't looking. The weirdest part was the wind. There was none. Every time I stood in that clearing, the air went still. Not a single leaf moved. The birds didn't sing. Even Max, when I brought him along, would freeze at the edge of the tree line and refuse to step any closer. He wasn't scared, not exactly, just cautious. Alert, like he was standing at the edge of something he didn't understand. One afternoon, I brought a folding chair and just sat there for an hour, listening, waiting. About 30 minutes in, I started to feel wrong. It's hard to describe. Not dizzy, not sick. Just like I didn't fully belong in my own body. My thoughts slowed down. My hands felt heavier. My chest buzzed with something like static. Not loud, but definitely there. I tried to write in my notebook, but couldn't hold the pen steady. My fingers kept twitching. Then it stopped. Just like that, the feeling lifted, the buzzing vanished, and everything went back to normal. I walked home in silence, trying to shake the sensation. That night, I dreamed of the clearing, except it wasn't empty. In the dream, there was something in the middle. Not a ship, not a being, just a presence. A tall shape, blurry at the edges, pulsing with that same white light I'd seen over the trees. It didn't move. It didn't speak. It just stood there, watching. When I woke up, my hands were dirty, like I'd been digging. I ran outside in my pajamas, barefoot, not caring about the cold or the wet grass. I ran to the clearing and found a spot near the center where the ground had been disturbed, just slightly. Like someone had pressed down into the dirt with their palm. There was nothing inside the imprint, just soil, but it matched the size of a human hand, fingers outstretched, not mine. I didn't sleep the next night. I sat by the window instead, watching the woods. No lights appeared, no strange sounds, just the steady rhythm of a quiet forest doing what it always did. By the third day, I started writing everything down, not just the facts, but the thoughts, the weird emotions that would wash over me out of nowhere, a sudden urge to go outside at midnight, a strange calm that would hit me in the middle of the day. I began to wonder if whatever I saw that night didn't just vanish. Maybe it left something behind. That idea scared me more than anything else, because it meant this wasn't just an encounter. It was a connection. I tested it once, stood in the clearing at exactly 2 in the morning, the same time I'd seen the light. I didn't bring my phone, didn't bring any tools, just me and the night. I stood there for 10 minutes. Nothing happened. Then the wind stopped. Not slowed down, stopped. The trees around me went still. The air became thick, heavy. The silence pressed into my ears like deep water. I couldn't hear my own breathing. Then I felt it again. That presence. Not in front of me this time, behind. I turned around slowly, heart pounding. There was nothing there. No shapes, no shadows, just empty woods. But my body knew something was there. Every nerve in me lit up. I wanted to run, but I couldn't, not out of fear, because part of me wanted to stay. Then it ended. The wind returned. A breeze brushed through the branches. An owl hooted in the distance. It was like someone had lifted a curtain I didn't know was there. I walked home without looking back. That was the last time I went to the clearing. At least for now. I spent the next few days trying to live normally. Grocery runs, cleaning the house, watching old movies I'd seen 100 times, but there was always something beneath it all. A sense that I'd been marked in some way, not branded, not tracked, just seen and remembered. I started checking the forums again, reading new posts. A few people said they'd seen similar lights. Most were scattered across different states, a couple in Canada. One guy from Maine said he found a circle in his field just like mine. No burn marks, just pale grass and still air. His power had also blinked out for a few seconds. Another message came from someone nearby. Not exact, but close. A town about an hour west. They described seeing a non-directional light hovering low, completely silent. Same night, same time. They also mentioned losing time, about 20 minutes gone, unaccounted for. I sent them a message, still waiting on a reply. That's where I'm at now. Writing this, trying to make sense of something that doesn't seem interested in being understood. Because that's the thing that keeps eating at me. This wasn't a one-off. It wasn't some strange weather balloon or military test or satellite trick of the light. This was real. And I think it's still happening. Not just to me. Not just here. I don't know what they are. But I think they've been here longer than we think. And I don't think they ever really leave. I started noticing patterns. It happened slowly, like I was piecing together a puzzle I didn't know I was building. At first it was little things. Static on the radio when I drove past the ridge above the clearing. Street lights flickering out when I walked Max late at night, always the same two near the intersection. My phone would randomly reboot when I tried to open the weather app, and it wasn't just glitches. I started seeing the number 321 everywhere. Clocks, receipts. My oven timer reset itself to 3:21 one afternoon, blinking like I'd set it on purpose. That was the same time I wrote down in the journal entry from years ago, the one I had no memory of, the one where I woke up with the front door open. Maybe none of it means anything, but maybe it all does. The person from the nearby town finally replied to my message. Their name was Jamie. We exchanged a few emails. Jamie was older, retired, lived on a farm about an hour and 15 minutes west of me. She said she had never really believed in any of this stuff before. Never watched the documentaries, never read about encounters. But after that night, she couldn't stop thinking about what she saw. Her story matched mine almost exactly. A silent, glowing object hovering low above her field. No sound, no flashing lights, just a soft, steady pulse like it was breathing. Her animals stayed quiet the whole time. No barking, no howling. She said even the cows didn't move, which struck her as strange because they usually freaked out over anything unfamiliar. Then she mentioned something else. About a week before the sighting, she started waking up at exactly 3:21 every morning. Not because of a sound, not because of a nightmare. Just suddenly wide awake, like her body knew something her mind didn't. I asked if she'd had any other strange experiences. Dreams, maybe. Missing time. She hesitated, then said yes. She'd had a dream the night before the sighting. Said she saw herself standing in the middle of her field, barefoot, looking up at the sky. In the dream, the stars weren't where they should be. They were moving, shifting into shapes she didn't recognize, and then a light came down, not blinding, just present. She felt warmth, not heat, more like a pressure in her chest. And then she woke up. I told her about the clearing, about the handprint in the soil, and the feeling of being watched. She didn't laugh, didn't doubt. She just said, "I think they're waking us up." That line stuck with me. That night, I sat on my porch with a notepad in my lap, trying to write it all down. Not for the internet, not for a forum, just for myself. I wanted to get it all out of my head and onto something real. Something I could hold. Halfway through writing, my porch light blinked once and went out. Then my phone buzzed even though it was on silent. I picked it up and saw a new notification. Camera detected motion. I had forgotten I'd set up one of those trail cams near the clearing. It was a cheap one, barely had night vision. I'd set it low on a tree trunk, just as an experiment. I had only checked the card once before and found nothing but deer and shadows. But now it had triggered. I opened the app. No live feed, just a frozen image. A shape. I don't know how to describe it without sounding like I'm making it up. It wasn't humanoid, but it wasn't totally foreign either. The shape was tall, narrow, and blurred at the edges. The camera hadn't focused properly, or maybe it had, and the thing just didn't want to be seen clearly. There was a faint glow around it, the same kind of light I remembered from the original sighting. Soft, white, contained. The image had been taken at exactly 3:21 in the morning. I stared at it for what felt like an hour. I didn't feel scared. I didn't feel anything really, just numb, like my mind had stepped back and let the rest of me process what it couldn't handle. Eventually, I downloaded the image, put it on a USB stick, and locked it away in a drawer. I didn't want to look at it again. The next day, I drove out to the clearing. The air felt heavy before I even stepped out of the truck. Max refused to leave the vehicle. He just sat there, ears down, tail still. I walked into the woods alone. The clearing hadn't changed. The grass in the center was still pale, the soil still warmer than the rest. But something else was there now. A small pile of stones. Not natural. Stacked. 5 flat rocks, placed carefully in the center, each one slightly smaller than the one beneath it. Balanced, deliberate. I hadn't built it. I hadn't seen anyone else out there. No tire tracks. No footprints, just that pile. I didn't touch it. I walked around it once, slowly, keeping my distance. Then I left. That evening, I sat by the fireplace and stared at the blank TV screen. I didn't turn it on. I didn't want noise. I just wanted stillness. But even in the quiet, I felt it. That same presence. Not threatening, not close, just watching. Jamie messaged again. Said she'd had another dream. This time she saw multiple lights, all lined up across the sky, forming a perfect triangle. She said it didn't feel like a warning. It felt like an invitation. She asked me if I'd go back to the clearing at 3:21 and see what happened. I haven't answered her yet. I don't know what I'll do. But I think something's building. Something deliberate. And whatever it is, I don't think it's random. I think they're choosing. And somehow, I think I've already been chosen. I didn't sleep the night before. I tried. I really did. I laid in bed with the lights off, the window open just enough to let in the breeze. Max curled up beside me like usual, but my mind wouldn't slow down. Every minute dragged like an hour, each one inching closer to the time I'd promised myself I would finally go back. 3:21. That was the time. The number that kept following me, showing up on clocks and screens and receipts. The number written into that old journal entry I couldn't remember writing. It felt like a door. Not a metaphorical one. A real one. And I was finally ready to open it. At 3 o'clock, I got up, dressed quietly, and grabbed the flashlight. I didn't bring my phone, didn't bring a camera. I didn't want to record anything. I just wanted to be present. Max watched me from the doorway as I laced up my boots, but he didn't try to follow. It's like he knew this wasn't something he was supposed to be part of. The night was cold and sharp. Stars hung over the trees like pinholes in the sky. Everything around me felt alive, not loud but attentive, like the forest itself was holding its breath. I took the old deer trail out to the clearing. My boots crunched the underbrush. The flashlight stayed off. I didn't need it. The path was muscle memory now. When I reached the edge of the trees, I stopped. The clearing looked the same, still, pale in the middle, but the air was thick, heavier than it should have been. It didn't feel oppressive, just full, like something was waiting. The pile of rocks was still there in the center, 5 stones stacked with care. I hadn't touched them since I found them. I checked the old watch on my wrist. 3:20. 1 minute. I stepped into the clearing and stood in the center, right next to the stones. I didn't speak, didn't move. I just breathed and listened. The moment the watch ticked over to 3:21, everything stopped. No wind, no night sounds, no heartbeat in my ears, just a total, weightless stillness. Then the light came. Not from above, from everywhere. It didn't blind me. It surrounded me. A soft white glow that didn't cast shadows. It didn't burn. It didn't buzz. It just was. The same light I'd seen above the trees that night, but this time I was inside it, wrapped in it. It felt like being submerged without water. And then I saw them. Not people, not exactly. Shapes. Tall, narrow, shimmering at the edges like heat waves. Not solid, but not empty. I couldn't see faces, couldn't see hands, but I felt presence, intelligence, not cold. Not warm either, just curious, observing. They didn't move toward me. They didn't make a sound, but I felt them speak, not in words but in emotion, a deep, calm resonance, that filled my chest like music I couldn't hear. And then I felt the question. Not asked with language, just placed inside me. Are you ready? I didn't answer out loud, I just thought it. Yes. The moment I thought it, everything changed. The light shifted, warmer now. The air grew dense again. I could feel something pressing into me, not physically, but through memory. Flashes of my life played behind my eyes, my childhood. My parents, the night Max came home for the first time, all of it unspooling like film. I didn't feel judged, just known. Then I saw things I couldn't explain. Not memories, not mine. Endless black skies filled with color that doesn't exist here. Massive, impossible shapes floating through space like thoughts. A planet made of crystal, a structure hanging over a storm like a crown. Lights dancing between trees with purpose, with pattern, not chaos, not accident. Everything was deliberate. Everything was connected. I felt something settle inside me then, not knowledge exactly, not a revelation, just understanding. Like a missing part of me had been returned, and now I could finally remember how things were always meant to be. I don't know how long I stood there. Could have been seconds, could have been years, but slowly the light began to fade, not away, just back, like it was retreating behind a veil. And as it did, the shapes vanished too, one by one, not in fear, in peace. I blinked, and the clearing was normal again. Stars above, cool air on my face, the pile of stones still stacked neatly at my feet. But I was different. I could feel it in my bones. I walked home slowly. The trees no longer felt like trees. The night no longer felt like night. Everything was the same, but also more real, more awake. Like I'd been looking at the world through a fogged window, and someone had finally wiped it clean. Max greeted me at the door, tail wagging, calm. I sat on the porch with him and waited for the sun to rise. That was 3 weeks ago. Since then, the number has stopped appearing. The power hasn't flickered once. The clearing feels empty now. Not abandoned. Completed. Jamie messaged me a few days later, said she hadn't had any more dreams, said the triangle lights hadn't returned. I asked her if she felt different. She said yes. She couldn't explain it either. We didn't talk about it again. I still go for walks in the woods. I still live the same quiet life in the same quiet house. But I see things differently now. The patterns in the trees, the way light moves across the sky. The stillness that used to scare me now feels like a welcome. I don't tell people about it, not because I'm afraid they won't believe me, but because they don't need to. This wasn't about proving anything. It was about remembering. Remembering that we're not alone. That maybe we never were. And that sometimes, when the timing is right and the silence is deep enough, something will look back. Not to hurt, not to take, but to remind us that we are seen, that we are part of something far older and wider than we've been told. And that sometimes, if you stand still in just the right spot, they'll let you feel it for yourself. I don't need more answers. Not anymore. I was there. And that's enough. This is going to sound like the start of a bad urban legend, or like one of those weird half-true stories people post just to get attention. I wish it was. I wish I could say I made it up, but I didn't. It happened a few months ago, and I haven't been able to sleep properly since. Every time I think about it, there's this twitch in the back of my neck, like something's still close. Like I forgot to lock a door I didn't know I had. It started with small noises. That's always how it starts, right? I rent this one-story house out in Mobile, tucked between two others on a block that's mostly quiet. I live alone, unless you count my cat, and I work remotely, so I'm in the house almost all the time. I started hearing sounds beneath the floor a few nights in a row, nothing big. Just the occasional creak or scrape. At first I thought it was the pipes, or maybe raccoons. I'd seen them in the alley behind the trash bins before. The noises would always come late, around that stretch of time when the world starts to shut down. Midnight, maybe a little later. It wasn't every night, and it wasn't loud enough to keep me awake, just enough to make me notice. The weird thing was, it wasn't always the same kind of sound. Some nights it was scratching. Other nights it sounded like chewing. Once, I swear I heard breathing. Slow, uneven, almost like someone trying not to be heard, but you can always tell the difference between an animal and a person. It's in the rhythm. I told myself it was nothing, that maybe I was just getting too used to the quiet, and my brain was filling the silence with nonsense, but after a while, it got harder to ignore. I'd wake up and find my outside trash can tipped over, not torn apart, just gently laid down, like someone was being careful. One morning the gate to the side yard was unlatched. I always latch it. Always. I finally decided to check under the porch. The crawl space isn't tall, just barely enough room for someone to squeeze into on hands and knees. There's a small wood panel that slides out from behind the bushes by the front steps. I had to move some ivy and a couple stones to get to it. I grabbed a flashlight and a broom, figuring I'd poke around, maybe chase off a possum or something. The second I pulled the panel off, I smelled it. Not rot, not garbage, just stale, like sweat soaked into old blankets. Like something lived down there and didn't want to be found. I got down on my stomach and slid the flashlight in first. It caught something shiny right away, a food wrapper, one of those foil chip bags. I pushed the light further and saw more plastic bottles, crumpled paper bags, a pair of shoes, and a mattress. Not a full one, just a thin pad rolled out on top of a folded blanket. There was a pillow, too, and next to it, plugged into my outdoor outlet, was a white phone charger. That's when it hit me. This wasn't a raccoon. Someone had been living down there. I backed out so fast I scraped my elbows on the brick, pulled the panel shut, shoved a stone in front of it, and locked every door and window in the house. My heart didn't slow down for an hour. I sat with the phone in my lap, staring at the crawl space entrance through the blinds like it was going to open again. Finally, I called the cops. They came out quick, 2 officers. They checked under the porch, did a sweep around the property, and said it looked like whoever had been there was gone. They found the mattress in the trash. Took a few photos, but there was no sign of forced entry anywhere on the house, and nothing was stolen. The only real damage was the plug on the outlet being a little bent from use. One of the officers asked if I wanted them to take the stuff out. I told them to get rid of all of it. They bagged it, and left. That should have been the end of it. But that night, I didn't sleep. I kept hearing things, not from under the porch, from the floorboards inside. Soft sounds, almost like knocking. Just once. Then breathing. I didn't go check. I didn't move. I just lay in bed staring at the ceiling, counting each breath and trying to decide if I was imagining it. In the morning, I got up and opened the front door. The doormat was gone. I had a plain brown one that said welcome, nothing special, been there since I moved in. Now, in its place, was a black one with white script letters. It said, "Thanks for letting me stay." That's all it said. I stood there barefoot, door halfway open, looking down at that mat like it was going to speak. The edges were clean. It wasn't old or faded. No leaves or dirt. Like it had been freshly placed sometime during the night. I checked the yard, the sidewalk, the street. No footprints, no trash, just the mat. I didn't know what to do. I left it there. I told myself it was a prank, a joke. Maybe the officers thought they were being funny. Maybe a neighbor overheard and thought it'd be cute. But nobody knew what I found. I hadn't told anyone. I called the police again. They said they'd send a car by to check the area. Nobody came. That night, I moved a chair in front of the crawl space panel. And then I slept on the couch, lights on. But I still heard it. The knock. One single knock from under the floor. Like someone letting me know they were still there. I didn't tell anyone at work. I didn't tell my sister either, which I usually would have. She's the kind of person who checks in twice a week, always asks if I remembered to eat or if the cat has fleas again. But I kept it to myself. I think I was embarrassed. Like if I said it out loud, it would make the whole thing more real. Someone living under your porch doesn't feel like something that happens to normal people. It feels like the kind of thing you read about in some internet comment thread that goes viral because it's just unbelievable enough to sound like fiction. But I was the one who had heard him, or felt him really. That was the worst part. When I lay still enough at night, I could feel him. Something below me, breathing, waiting. The knock hadn't come again since that first night, but the breathing stayed, not every night, but enough that I stopped sleeping in the bedroom altogether. The couch became my new home base. I kept the blinds closed tight and the porch light on all night. I tried to talk myself out of it. I really did. Maybe it was an echo from the HVAC. Maybe something about the way the house settled made it sound like breathing. But deep down, I knew better. I had heard that knock. That deliberate, slow knock from the floorboards right under my bed. I could still feel the exact rhythm of it if I closed my eyes. It wasn't rushed. It wasn't threatening. It was polite, like someone knocking on a door that already belonged to them. I asked a friend of mine offhand if they had ever had issues with squatters. She used to do code enforcement work before switching to private security. I tried to make it sound hypothetical, just casual curiosity. She told me stories, people camping in backyards, under stairs, in unlocked sheds. She said sometimes they weren't even homeless, just looking for a quiet place to be alone. One guy set up a whole cot and heater inside a locked dog kennel behind an apartment complex and lived there for 3 months without anyone noticing. I asked if the people ever came back after being found. She said the smart ones didn't, but some did. She said once you're a place of comfort to someone, they don't always let go easy. That line stuck with me. A place of comfort. I hadn't thought about it like that. I had only been thinking about the invasion, the fear, the way it made my skin crawl. But to him, maybe it wasn't about hiding. Maybe it was about returning. Finding the spot he could rest in, like a dog going back to the same patch of dirt every night because it smells like home. The police never followed up. I called again and left a voicemail. No reply. I checked the crawl space 3 days after the first call, this time in the middle of the afternoon when the sun was high and my hands weren't shaking. I didn't see anything. No new food wrappers. No footprints in the dirt. Just that smell again. Not as strong, but still there. Human. Close. That night, the new mat was gone. I didn't notice at first. I let the cat out around 10 and stood on the porch for a minute, just breathing the warm air. It was sticky with summer rain and smelled like wet grass. I looked down and noticed it then. The black mat with the white letters. Gone. In its place, nothing. Not even my old one. Just bare wood. The porch boards looked a little cleaner too, like someone had wiped the space down. I stood there for a full minute just staring, waiting to see if anything moved in the yard. No sound, no wind. Just stillness. I brought the cat back in and locked the door. I started leaving the porch light off after that. I know that sounds backward, but I figured if he was coming back anyway, I didn't want to encourage him. I didn't want him thinking the light meant welcome. I still haven't replaced the mat. That was 3 weeks ago. A few nights after that, I heard a new sound. Not knocking. Not breathing. Laughter. It wasn't loud, just a short, dry laugh, like someone chuckling to themselves over a joke no one else heard. It came from under the floorboards again. I froze. The cat, curled beside me, went stiff and stared at the wall. Her ears twitched. I know she heard it too. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. The laugh never came again. But I knew what I heard. That's when I started noticing little things inside the house. One morning, the hallway closet was slightly open. Another night, the bathroom mirror had a faint fingerprint on it, too high to be mine. Once, I found the back door unlocked. I always double-check it before bed. I started sleeping with the TV on, the volume low enough that it just sounded like muffled voices. It made the silence easier to take, gave me something to focus on other than the space beneath the floor. I kept telling myself it was over, that he had been scared off. But I didn't really believe it. Not after what I found 2 nights ago. I had been sitting on the couch, scrolling through nothing, trying to keep my brain from looping back to the same questions. I got up to make tea, something to warm my hands, and when I opened the drawer where I keep my tea bags, there was a note inside. Folded, plain white paper. One sentence, written in uneven handwriting. It said, "I liked the couch better." I stared at that note for a long time, longer than I should have. The paper wasn't old, not yellowed or torn or weathered in any way. It was clean. Folded once, down the middle, like someone had taken care to make it fit in the drawer neatly. The handwriting was strange, uneven. Letters slanted in different directions, like whoever wrote it didn't usually write much. The sentence was short, just 5 words, but it felt heavier than anything I'd seen in my house before. I liked the couch better. It felt like a conversation had already been happening, and I was just now realizing I had been a part of it all along. I didn't touch the note for a few minutes. I just stood there in the kitchen, hands braced against the counter, heart knocking hard in my chest. The sound of the refrigerator hum became unbearably loud. It felt like even the appliances knew something wasn't right. I took the note and burned it in the kitchen sink. Not because I thought it would do anything. I just didn't want it to still exist. Then I checked the whole house. Every window, every door, every closet, every drawer. I checked behind the shower curtain and under the bed, and even opened the cabinet above the fridge, where I keep stuff I never use. Nothing. Everything was quiet. The crawl space panel outside was still blocked by the heavy planter I'd wedged in front of it. It hadn't been moved, or if it had, someone had put it back exactly how I left it. That somehow made it worse. I called a locksmith the next day and had them install a deadbolt on the back door. I also replaced the lock on the front, even though it wasn't damaged. I just needed to feel like I had changed something. Like I was still in control of something in this place. The guy who came to do it was talkative, made small jokes, talked about the weather, all of that. I didn't say much. Just nodded and forced a few polite laughs. Before he left, he looked at me and said, "You all right, man?" I told him I was just tired. That part wasn't a lie. That night, I stayed awake until almost morning. I sat in the recliner with the television on and the volume low, just watching shadows crawl along the floor as the night dragged past. Around 2 or 3, the cat got up from the couch and stared at the hallway. She didn't hiss, didn't run, just watched, tail flicking. I couldn't see anything. I didn't hear anything either. But I trusted her more than I trusted my ears at that point. Eventually she went back to sleep. I didn't. The next morning there was another note. This one was under my pillow. Same handwriting, same kind of paper. It said, "I like the quiet better." That hit me harder than the first one, because now it felt personal. Whoever this was, they weren't just in my house. They had been close enough to me while I slept to lift my pillow and leave something there, and I hadn't felt it. I hadn't heard them. I didn't dream of anything. That level of access, I can't explain how exposed that made me feel. I didn't call the cops. I didn't see the point. Last time they hadn't found anything, and now the only proof I had was a scrap of paper and shaky ink. What would I tell them? That someone liked my furniture choices? That someone preferred me to be asleep? Instead, I went to the hardware store and bought a motion sensor light and one of those cheap indoor cameras that connects to your phone. I set it up in the hallway, facing the crawl space entrance, and angled another toward the kitchen. That night, I went through the house like usual, locking everything twice. I moved the planter again to check the crawl space, and everything looked undisturbed. No footprints, no signs of movement. I left the camera running and tried to sleep in my bed again. I woke up just before dawn. The room was cold, too cold. I sat up, confused, and checked the window. Still locked. Then I checked the hallway. The camera was gone. Not unplugged, gone. The outlet was empty, and the wire was still there, cut clean. I checked the footage on my phone, but the last clip ended just before midnight. It showed the hallway light flickering, then nothing. The other camera, the one pointed toward the kitchen, was untouched. But when I checked the video, I saw something I still think about every time I walk through that space. At 1:20 in the morning, the hallway camera cut out. 30 seconds later, the kitchen camera picked up motion. A figure stepped into the frame, barefoot, wearing dark clothes, moving slowly, like they had done this 100 times before. Their face was mostly hidden, head tilted down, hair over the eyes. They stood in the kitchen for almost a full minute. Then, very carefully, they opened the drawer with the tea bags, took something out, paused, then looked up, straight into the camera. Not startled, just curious. Then the feed cut. That was 2 nights ago. I haven't slept since. I keep the lights on in every room. I leave the television running, not because I think it will protect me, but because silence is unbearable now. The house doesn't feel like mine anymore. Every creak, every hum, every slight shift of air feels like him. I have checked the crawl space 5 more times. Still empty. No new footprints. No sign of anything living or dead. But I know he's been inside. And last night, the tea drawer was closed again. Inside, it was a single spoon, bent into a perfect curve, balanced on top of a folded piece of paper. The note said, "You don't have to lock the door." I kept that note too, I don't know why. I had burned the first one, tore the second in half. But this one, the one that said I didn't have to lock the door, I folded it once, twice, and slid it into my wallet like it was a receipt I might need later. Maybe part of me thought that if I kept it, if I treated it like something ordinary, it would lose whatever power it had over me. It didn't. That little square of paper sat in my back pocket all day, like a weight. Every time I leaned back or shifted in my chair, I could feel it pressing into my spine like a reminder. That morning I called out of work. I told them I was sick. It wasn't a lie, not in the traditional way. My stomach was a knot. My hands kept shaking. I couldn't focus on anything longer than a minute. I had this constant feeling that someone was watching me, and it wasn't paranoia, not the irrational kind. It was the kind of certainty that comes from waking up in your own bed and knowing someone's been standing over you while you slept. I unplugged the hallway camera completely. I didn't even bother trying to fix the wire. It had been cut too clean, like whoever did it wanted me to know they were careful. I boxed it up and shoved it into the hall closet with the broken vacuum and the light bulbs I never use. I left the other camera running. I needed one eye open, even if it was small and unreliable. That day, I decided to check the crawl space again. I waited until late afternoon when the light was strong and the air was hot. I grabbed a flashlight and a screwdriver and moved the planter aside. The panel came off easy, just like always. I crouched, pushed the beam into the space, and leaned forward. Everything was gone. No mattress, no blanket, no wrappers, no footprints in the dust. Even the charger cord was missing. It didn't look like someone had cleaned it up. It looked like no one had ever been there. too clean. The air didn't smell the same either. The usual damp, earthy scent was replaced with nothing, just dry, stale quiet. I backed out and sat on the porch for a long time after that. Not because I expected something to happen, because I didn't know what else to do. My house was quiet, my floor was clean, my crawl space was empty, but I didn't feel safe. I felt studied. Later that evening, the cat wouldn't leave the laundry room. She just sat there, staring at the wall beside the washer, tail low, ears twitching. When I picked her up, she dug her claws into my arm and hissed. She has never done that before, not once. Not even when she's sick. I set her down and left the room, closed the door behind me. I could still feel her staring through it. That night, there was no knock, no laugh, no sound. I lay in bed with the lights on, waiting for something, but the house stayed still. At 3 a.m, I gave up and got up to make coffee. The kitchen smelled like dust and something metallic, like the scent left behind after scraping a fork across a plate too hard. I flipped on the light. There was a plate on the counter, white, clean, from my cabinet, but it was wet, like it had just been washed. I hadn't used it. I hadn't eaten all day. I checked the sink. No sponge, no soap trail, no crumbs. Just the plate, and next to it, resting upright against the backsplash, another note. This one said, "I like when you're awake." I didn't touch it. I stared at the plate, then opened the cabinet to count. One was missing. I made coffee and sat on the couch. The front door was locked. The back was too. All windows sealed. I walked the whole house, pressing my fingers to each lock, each handle. All secure. I turned off the lights, one by one. Sat in silence. No movement. No new sounds. But the plate stayed there until morning. I washed it myself slowly and put it back in the cupboard. The note I slid into the freezer. I didn't want to burn this one. Not yet. That afternoon I found something else. A photograph. It was tucked into the corner of the mirror in the hallway. Just a cheap instant print, like the kind from a drugstore kiosk, black and white, grainy. It showed the side of the house, the porch, my window slightly open. The photo was taken from the lawn, close enough that the details were sharp. But what made my blood turn was that it had been taken from a height that didn't make sense. Not eye level. Lower. Like the photographer had been crawling. I checked the back of the photo. Nothing written. Just blank paper. I stood in the hallway for a long time, holding it, not knowing what to feel. I should have been angry, scared. I was. But more than anything, I was tired. It felt like he wasn't trying to hurt me. He was just living here. Like I was a guest in his house, not the other way around. Like I had been for a long time and just hadn't noticed. When the mail came, I watched from the window. A package. No return address. Just my name. Inside a book. Hardcover. Dusty. I opened it. Inside was another note. taped to the first page. It said, "You have good taste." The book was one I hadn't thought about in years. I recognized the cover the second I opened the package, even though it was faded and the corners were soft from age. It was a mystery novel I had loved in high school. One of those slow, atmospheric ones where not much happens, but everything feels like it's unraveling anyway. I never owned a copy. I had borrowed it from the library and never found it again. And now here it was in my hands, with a note taped inside, saying I had good taste. I didn't know what to make of that. I sat on the couch with the book in my lap and just stared at it. The cat jumped up next to me and settled into her usual spot, curling against my side like everything was normal. But it wasn't. Nothing had been normal in weeks. The porch, the notes, the sound beneath the floor, the strange stillness of my house when the lights were off. None of it felt random anymore. It felt like a relationship. That thought chilled me more than anything else, because it meant he wasn't just hiding here. He was watching me, learning about me, finding the things I liked and building something with them. It wasn't just about space or comfort anymore. It was about attention, and attention becomes connection whether you want it or not. That night, I put the book on the coffee table and turned all the lights on again. I didn't try to sleep. I didn't even pretend to. I sat upright and waited, drinking weak tea and listening to the house settle. Around 1 a.m, I heard something in the crawl space again. Not movement, not breathing. Typing. Faint and rhythmic, like someone tapping softly on an old keyboard. I stood slowly and walked to the hallway. The sound was clearer there. It was coming from the floor just beneath the closet. A small, steady rhythm, not urgent, just present. I didn't open the door. I didn't knock. I just stood and listened. After about 5 minutes, it stopped. I waited 10 more. Then I went back to the couch. The cat was gone. That made me panic more than anything else had so far. She never left the living room at night. She was small, quiet, and usually skittish. I checked the bedroom. Nothing. The bathroom. The laundry room. I even checked behind the shower curtain again, even though I knew it was pointless. Then I heard her meow. Soft, muffled. From under the floor. I ran to the porch, yanked the planter aside, and pulled the panel free. The flashlight was already in my coat pocket. I didn't think. I just crawled in. The space was dry, still clean. The air smelled like dust and pine needles. I moved forward, heart hammering. 10 feet in, I saw her. The cat. Curled on the old mattress I thought had been taken away. Blanket beside it, the charger still plugged in. Everything was back. She looked up at me and blinked slowly, like she'd just woken from a nap. She wasn't afraid. I called to her gently. She stood, stretched, and padded toward me. Behind her, in the dirt near the wall, was something small. A ceramic mug. Mine. The one I thought I had misplaced last week. Next to it was the bent spoon. Arranged carefully, deliberately. I didn't touch them. I picked up the cat and backed out, replacing the panel behind me. When I got inside, the lights were off. All of them. I had left them on. The switches worked. The power was fine. But someone had turned them off by hand. The TV was off too. And on the screen was a single fingerprint, a long smudged mark in the middle of the glass. That night, I put the cat in the bedroom and locked the door. I sat in the kitchen with every drawer open, every cabinet empty. I wasn't looking for anything. I just didn't want anything to be hidden anymore. I needed every surface to be bare. At 3 a.m, I found the next note. It was in the fridge, taped to the milk. Same handwriting. This one said, "I liked it better when you didn't know." I closed the fridge and sat on the floor. Not out of fear. Out of exhaustion. This wasn't just someone passing through. This wasn't even about squatting. This was cohabitation. He had been here longer than I thought. Maybe since before I moved in. Maybe since the first time I heard the pipes groan in the middle of the night and assumed it was just old plumbing. Maybe this was his house all along. And I was the one who had slowly been invited. I sat there until the sun came up. Then I made toast, fed the cat, and left the note on the table. It said, "I don't want to play anymore." After I left the note, I didn't expect anything to happen. I didn't know what it would mean to him, or if he would even care. I had no idea what kind of rules he followed, if any. It's easy to imagine there's some logic when something strange keeps happening, like maybe if you play along, it'll all make sense eventually. But this wasn't that kind of thing. This wasn't a pattern. It wasn't even a game. It was just presence. Something being here and not wanting to leave. I kept the house quiet for the rest of the day. No music, no television. I moved slowly, touched the walls like they were breakable. I could feel it all around me, that sense of being watched. Not aggressively, not even intrusively, just closely, like I was a fish in a tank and someone was pressing their face to the glass. I didn't find another note that day. There were no new scratches, no missing plates, no new gifts. The house was still. That night, I left the lights off on purpose. I lay on the couch again, not to sleep, but just to be there, eyes open. The cat stayed with me, curled at my feet like she always used to before everything changed. I kept my breathing slow, steady, waiting for a sound, but nothing came, not even the usual creak of the floorboards settling. No breathing, no knocking, no laughter from beneath the house. At 2 a.m, I stood and walked to the front door. It was unlocked. Not wide open, just slightly turned. The lock was out, the latch not caught. I had locked it. I always lock it. I stepped out onto the porch. The air was still and warm. My yard was quiet. No wind, no movement. But the porch mat was back. The black one with the white lettering. It said the same thing it said before. Thanks for letting me stay. I didn't touch it. I didn't throw it away this time. I stepped over it and sat on the top step, just breathing. I sat there until the sun started to rise and the sky turned a soft, strange pink. Then I got up, went inside, and packed a bag. I didn't make a list. I didn't try to be neat about it. I grabbed what I needed: clothes, my wallet, the cat's food, a carrier, I didn't clean the kitchen. I didn't leave a note. I didn't turn the lights off. I just walked out, locked the door behind me, and left the key under the mat. I didn't know what else to do. There wasn't anything else to do. You can't argue with something that never speaks. You can't reason with someone who only exists when you're not looking. You can't win against a presence that doesn't want anything except to be near you. I stayed at a motel for 2 days. Not far, still in town. I kept thinking maybe it would follow. Maybe it would find me in the new place, knock on the walls, leave a note under the pillow. But nothing happened. The room stayed still. The mirrors were just mirrors. The floor didn't breathe. On the 3rd day, I went back to the house. I wasn't sure why. Curiosity, maybe, or guilt, or just the need to know. The front door was still locked. The mat was still there. Inside, everything was untouched, but different. The air felt stale, not musty, not dead, just still, like it had been holding its breath since I left. I walked from room to room. Bedroom, kitchen, hallway. The crawl space panel was closed. The laundry room door was open. The book was still on the table. And on the couch, folded neatly, was a blanket I had never seen before. Not mine. Not old. Clean, folded square, resting gently where I used to sleep. There was no note. I stood there for a long time, unsure if I was being invited back or if I was simply being acknowledged. In the end, I didn't stay. I left the blanket, walked out, and shut the door. That was the last time I saw the inside of that house. I sold the lease to someone else. They didn't ask any questions. I didn't give any answers. Now I live in a new place. Top floor, no porch, no crawl space. Every light has a timer. Every door has a bolt. The cat stays close again. She sleeps at the foot of the bed and watches the window like she used to before all of this began. Sometimes, late at night, I still think about him. Not with fear exactly, just awareness. He was never violent. He never threatened me. He never tried to take anything that wasn't given. But he changed something. Not just in the house. In me. There's a kind of silence now that I didn't know existed before. The kind that comes after something has been watching you too long and finally decides to leave, not because you made it, but because it got what it wanted. Attention. Presence. Someone to stay up at night and notice the way the shadows change. I never saw his face. Not clearly. But I still feel like I knew him. Or maybe he knew me. Maybe that's why he picked my house. Maybe that's why he left. All I know is this. The porch is quiet now. The mat is gone, and I still lock the door every night. But I don't expect it to matter anymore, because some visitors don't need permission. They just need a place to rest, and someone willing to notice. I never really bought into the whole lizard people thing. You know, the idea that some shape-shifting reptilian beings are walking among us in human skin, running the world behind the scenes. I always figured that was internet nonsense, the kind of thing you say half-jokingly at a bar after too many drinks. But then something happened. Something I still can't explain, no matter how many times I replay it in my head. It was a few months back, late spring, early summer. I had taken a solo trip out to Sedona. I needed to clear my head, get away from everything. I had just gone through a rough breakup. Work was stressing me out, and I figured a few days of hiking and unplugging from the noise might do me some good. Sedona's one of those places that feels different when you're there. The colors of the rocks, the silence between the trees, the way the air feels thicker somehow, almost like it's carrying a charge. People say there's energy in those canyons. At the time, I didn't believe that either. Now I'm not so sure. I had parked at a small trailhead about 15 minutes outside town. It wasn't one of the popular spots. I'd found it in a forum for off-the-map hikes and figured it would be quiet. I packed water, a granola bar, my old boots, and set off around 10 in the morning. The trail was dry and narrow, cutting through low brush and the occasional red rock outcropping. There was hardly any wind, the kind of stillness that makes every little sound stand out. About an hour in, I hit a spot where the trail curved around a small hill. On the other side was a cluster of cacti, taller than me, spread out like nature's attempt at a privacy fence. That's when I saw him. A man, just standing there, in a full business suit. It was so out of place I actually laughed at first. Like, what was this guy doing out here dressed like that? He was stiff, almost like a mannequin. No backpack, no hat. Just standing perfectly still behind one of the cacti, like he was trying to hide but not really trying. You know when someone's pretending not to be seen, but they're doing it in such an obvious way that it just makes them more noticeable? I slowed down immediately. Something about it didn't sit right. I told myself he was just lost, or maybe part of some weird photo shoot. But the longer I looked, the stranger it got. He wasn't fidgeting, wasn't checking his phone, wasn't even looking around. Just standing, hands at his sides, like he had been frozen in place. I stopped and knelt down to tie my boot, not because I needed to, but because I suddenly didn't want to get any closer. I kept my head down but watched him from the corner of my eye. That's when it happened. He turned slightly. Not his body, just his head. And in that moment, I swear to you, I saw his eyes change. 1 second, normal. The next, the pupils narrowed into vertical slits. Not like a cat, like a lizard. Thin, sharp, deliberate. It wasn't a trick of the light. I've seen what that looks like. This was different. His whole expression changed, like the muscles in his face weren't used to moving that way. I felt this wave of panic hit me. Not fear, exactly. More like every instinct I had was suddenly screaming to stay still, to not make a sound, like I was prey and it had noticed me. He stared at me for a long few seconds. And then, like nothing had happened, he turned and walked away. Calm, casual, no rush. He walked like a guy who had just stepped out of a boardroom, not someone who had just revealed something impossible to a stranger in the desert. As he got farther away, he looked totally normal again. Just a guy in a suit walking into the canyon like it was the most natural thing in the world. But I couldn't shake what I had seen. The way his eyes changed. The way he had just stood there, like he was waiting for something, or watching for someone. I waited until he was completely out of sight. Then I stood up and started walking the other way, not running. I didn't want to attract attention. I just walked, fast and steady, back the way I came. I didn't look over my shoulder. I didn't stop until I reached my car. When I got to the trailhead, my car was the only one in the lot. That made it worse somehow. I sat there for a long time with the engine running, trying to convince myself that I'd just seen a guy with weird contacts, maybe a prank, maybe my mind playing tricks on me in the heat. But it wasn't hot. And it wasn't a trick. I know what I saw. I drove back to town and didn't say a word to anyone. I checked out of my motel the next morning and left early. I haven't been back since. I didn't tell anyone for weeks, not friends, not family. Every time I thought about bringing it up, I imagined the look I'd get. Like I'd just confessed to believing in Bigfoot, or said the moon was fake. But it's been sitting in the back of my mind ever since, like a splinter you can't get out. I started reading more after that, quietly, online. I didn't search for lizard people because that brings up the usual junk, but I looked into sightings, descriptions of strange individuals, reports of people whose faces glitch just for a second. Most of it sounds like nonsense. But every now and then someone describes the eyes. Always the eyes. Vertical slits, a flash of green, no emotion. Just stillness. I don't know what I saw out there. I'm not saying it was a shapeshifter or some reptilian overlord, but I know what I felt, and it wasn't human. And ever since that day, I've had this sense like something saw me too, like I was just one of 100 hikers walking through the red dust. But in that moment, something looked back and remembered me. After that day in Sedona, things didn't go back to normal. I tried to pretend they did. I tried to convince myself it was a weird one-off thing. Maybe I was dehydrated. Maybe it was just a guy with strange eyes and a bad sense of social cues. I even tried laughing about it later, like it was some bizarre desert hallucination. But deep down, I knew what I saw. And I knew that it had seen me. I live alone, a small place, nothing special, just a 2-bedroom rental on the outskirts of a quiet town. The kind of spot where you hear the garbage truck coming long before it gets to your street, and you wave to the same 3 neighbors every morning whether you mean to or not. It's peaceful. Or at least it used to be. A few nights after I got back, I was sitting out on my back porch with a beer in my hand, staring at the trees that separate my yard from the old walking trail beyond. I like being outside when it's quiet. The stars were clear that night, no wind, just that deep, hollow stillness that makes you feel like the whole world is holding its breath. That's when I noticed it. Movement just beyond the tree line. At first I thought it was a deer. Happens all the time around here. They'll sneak out and rustle the bushes, maybe step onto someone's lawn for a snack. But this was different. The movement stopped too quickly, like it froze the second I noticed it. I squinted into the dark, trying to make out the shape. And then I saw it. A silhouette. Tall, standing still, too still, just like before. I couldn't make out the details, but I swear whoever it was, they were facing me. Not walking, not crouched, just standing, half hidden behind the trees, watching. I stared back for maybe 10 seconds. Didn't move, didn't blink. My stomach tightened, that cold feeling crawling up the back of my neck. You know how you just know when someone's looking at you? It was like that, but worse, heavier. I stood up slowly, not wanting to draw attention, and went inside. Locked the door, turned off the lights, didn't even finish the beer. I didn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that shape. I kept telling myself it was nothing. Probably just someone cutting through the trail, maybe lost. But I couldn't shake that feeling, that same feeling I'd had in Sedona. Like I wasn't looking at a person. I was looking at something that wanted to be seen. The next morning, I walked down to the trail just to check. It had rained lightly the night before, enough to leave patches of soft mud. I figured if someone had been out there, maybe there would be footprints. There were. Sort of. I found a few impressions near the tree line, not full prints, not deep, just enough to suggest someone had been there. But the shape was wrong. The spacing was strange, too long between steps. Like whoever had been walking didn't move the way we do. I tried to brush it off again. Could have been an animal. Could have been my imagination making too much of some uneven ground. But I stopped going out on the porch at night after that. A couple days later, I was walking through the grocery store, just doing a normal run. Milk, eggs, bread, coffee, nothing fancy. I wasn't even thinking about Sedona at that point. I had almost convinced myself that I was overreacting, that nothing had followed me, that I was safe. Then I turned down the cereal aisle. He was standing at the other end. Same height, same build, dressed casual this time, jeans and a button-up, blending in. But it was him. I don't know how I knew. I just did. He wasn't shopping. He wasn't holding anything. Just standing there, looking at the shelves like he didn't know what anything was. Then he looked at me. And I saw them again. Those eyes. Only for a second, a flicker, but they changed. From round and human to vertical and inhuman. Just like in the desert. I dropped the basket, didn't even think about it, just turned around and walked out. I don't know if anyone saw. I don't know if he followed. I got in my car and drove straight home. After that, the dreams started. They weren't nightmares exactly, more like scenes. Always the same. I'm back in Sedona, standing on that trail, and he's there behind the cactus. But I can't move. I'm frozen, like my limbs are made of stone. He walks toward me slowly, calmly, and when he reaches me, he doesn't speak. He just leans in and stares. Eyes bright, slitted, unblinking. I always wake up before anything else happens. One night I woke up to find the back door unlocked. I'm obsessive about locking up. Always have been. But that night, I swear I remembered doing it before bed. Still, I chalked it up to a mistake. Maybe I forgot. Maybe I was too tired. Maybe it wasn't what I was starting to fear. But the next night, it happened again. Not just unlocked. Wide open. And this time, there were marks on the floor. Thin, curved scratches on the hardwood like something heavy had slid just inside and stopped. I didn't call the cops. What was I going to tell them? That a lizard man walked through my yard and came inside to stare at me while I slept. I cleaned up the scratches, locked the door, and sat up all night with a flashlight in my hand. I haven't slept more than a couple hours at a time since. I don't know what he wants. I don't know if he's following me or if there's more than one of them. All I know is that he saw me in Sedona, and now, somehow, he's here. Watching. Waiting. And I don't think he's alone. I started to notice them more often after that. Not just the one from Sedona, others. People who looked normal until you looked too close. Something about the way they moved, the way they stood still for just a little too long. The way their heads turned before their bodies. The way their eyes didn't quite match the light around them. You know when someone seems familiar but wrong, like a wax figure or a mannequin that's just lifelike enough to be uncomfortable? That's what it felt like. The first time I saw another one, it was at a gas station about 30 minutes from my house. I had driven out late at night because I couldn't sleep. Figured I'd grab a coffee and try to clear my head. I walked inside and immediately noticed a man standing by the coolers, just standing, not looking at anything, not holding a drink. His hands were in his pockets, shoulders too straight. He wasn't moving. I didn't get close, just watched from the corner of my eye while pretending to pick out a snack. He turned toward me slowly, almost like he knew I was looking. Our eyes met for maybe 2 seconds. That's when I saw it again. That flicker, that shimmer. His pupils narrowing into slits, not like a trick of the light, but like something his body couldn't quite hide in time. I dropped the coffee and walked out. Didn't look back. Drove straight home and checked the locks 3 times before I sat down. This wasn't just about that one guy anymore. There were more of them. And they weren't hiding anymore. They were showing up in places they shouldn't be. A woman at the post office who blinked too slowly. A man outside the hardware store who stood without moving for 10 full minutes. A kid sitting alone at a bus stop, smiling without blinking as cars passed. Always watching. And always gone by the time I tried to get a second look. I started keeping track. Not just what I saw, but when and where. I had a notebook full of entries. Time, location, behavior. Every sighting seemed random, but I knew better. I could feel a pattern behind it, even if I couldn't see it yet. They weren't just wandering, they were monitoring. I stopped going out unless I had to. Grocery runs became once a week, early mornings when the stores were quiet. I changed up my routes, left my phone at home half the time. I didn't want to be traced, even though I had no real proof they were tracking me. But it didn't matter. They still found me. One night, I woke up to a sound outside, not loud, just wrong, like something scraping softly across the ground. I looked out my bedroom window and saw a shadow standing at the edge of my yard, not moving, just watching the house. I couldn't make out details, but I knew it wasn't an animal. I stayed completely still. It didn't move. Then I blinked, and it was gone. Not walked away. Gone. Like it had never been there. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. Just sat in bed with the lights off, holding a flashlight and a kitchen knife. I know how that sounds. I know it sounds paranoid. But when you've seen what I've seen, when you know there's something out there wearing human skin and walking around like it belongs here, you stop caring what sounds crazy. I tried to tell someone once, my friend Jordan. We go back years, and he's always been open-minded. I figured if anyone might believe me, it would be him. We met for coffee, and I laid it all out. The guy in the suit, the slitted eyes, the sightings, the notebook, everything. He didn't laugh. He didn't even smile. He just looked at me for a long time and said, "You need to be careful." I asked him what he meant, and he just shook his head. Then he leaned in and said, They're not all the same. That froze me. I asked him how he knew about any of this. He didn't answer. Just looked down at his coffee like he'd said too much. I tried pressing him, but he changed the subject. A few minutes later, he stood up, patted me on the shoulder, and said, "Just trust your instincts." I haven't seen him since. Called him a few times, no answer. Went by his apartment, empty, cleaned out, like he had never lived there. That was 2 weeks ago. Now I'm alone again. Except I'm not really. They're still out there. I still see them. Every few days someone new, a face in a crowd that holds eye contact just a little too long, a jogger who runs without sweating, a kid in the park staring up at the sky like he's waiting for something to arrive. I don't think they're hunting me exactly. I think they're waiting, watching to see what I'll do. If I'll tell more people, if I'll try to expose them, if I'll run, or if I'll forget. But I won't. I wrote everything down. And I keep writing. Because the more I see them, the more I realize something else. They don't want to be found. But they're not hiding either. And that scares me more than anything. I started to wonder if they were letting me see them. That thought settled in one night while I was sitting in my living room, lights off, just staring at the front window. I had been there for almost an hour, watching the empty street, waiting for something to move, and nothing did. But the stillness felt too clean, too staged. Like the absence of movement had been placed there on purpose, like someone wanted me to notice the silence. I didn't used to think this way. I wasn't some paranoid guy chasing shadows. But when you see something you shouldn't, and then it starts showing up in the corner of your vision again and again, it changes you. You start seeing patterns in everything. You start thinking maybe the quiet isn't natural. Maybe it's the gap between two things you're not supposed to notice. I hadn't slept a full night in over a week. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw his face. The first one, the man behind the cactus, his eyes changing, that perfect stillness. The way he turned and walked away like he was resetting a pose, that image burned itself into my brain. I kept thinking about what Jordan had said. They're not all the same. I didn't know what that meant, but it stayed with me. Were there different types? Were some more human than others? Were some of them not pretending anymore? One afternoon, I tried to get answers. I started digging online again, deeper than before. Not just forums and late-night videos, but old government documents, local news clippings, anything that might feel connected. Most of it was garbage. Crazy theories, but every once in a while I'd find something that clicked. A 1970s police report from a desert town in Arizona about a man found wandering naked with scaly skin and no fingerprints. He vanished from the hospital within hours. A blurry security photo from a Nevada airport showing a person with eyes too large for their face and a shadow that didn't match the light source. A classified file that was supposedly leaked from an air base. The document had been redacted into near uselessness, but one line stood out. Subject appears fully integrated. Displays advanced mimicry and sustained behavioral masking. That last line chilled me. Sustained behavioral masking. That's what they're doing. They're blending in. Not just standing still behind cacti or lurking outside houses. They're walking among us, in line at grocery stores, sitting on buses, standing behind counters, watching, listening, gathering something. I started to notice them doing things that felt almost like practice. There was a woman at the local hardware store who walked down one aisle, paused halfway, turned around without picking anything up, then walked back the same way. She did that 4 times in a row. Like she was testing something, then she looked at me and smiled too wide. Another time I saw a man at a diner stir his coffee clockwise for 10 straight minutes without drinking it. He was staring at the window, unblinking. Then he stood up and left, didn't pay, didn't speak to the waitress, just walked out. They are learning, I thought, studying us. And then a darker thought came in. Or maybe they're not learning. Maybe they already know everything, and what we're seeing is something else. Something breaking down. I went back to the notebook and started reviewing the entries. Times, locations, descriptions. I circled every sighting where the behavior seemed off, like they were glitching. I noticed that they were happening more frequently. Not just once a week. Now it was every other day. And they were getting closer. One evening, I was pulling into my driveway when I saw someone standing at the edge of the cul-de-sac. Just standing. They weren't facing me, just looking at one of the streetlights. I watched from the car for a full minute. They didn't move. I got out and walked slowly to my front door, never taking my eyes off them. They didn't turn around. I went inside and locked everything. 15 minutes later, I looked outside again. They were gone. That's when I started hearing the noise. It's hard to describe. Not a sound exactly. More like a pressure behind the ears. Like when you're on a plane and your ears won't pop. It would come in short pulses, mostly at night, usually when everything else was quiet. And every time it started, I'd feel the air in the room change. Heavier, tighter. It would last a few minutes, then fade. The first few times I thought it was in my head. But then I caught Max reacting too. He'd perk up, look toward the window, and whine. Always at the same time. Always when that pressure hit. I started marking the times in the notebook. It wasn't random. The intervals were consistent, almost like a signal. I started thinking about Sedona again. About the silence in the canyon. The way the man stood so still. The moment his pupils shifted, I realized that silence felt just like this pressure. Like it wasn't the absence of sound, but the presence of something else. I dug out the maps from that trip. I traced the trail I had taken. I remembered the spot with the cactus, the bend in the trail. I found it on the map, marked it. Then I noticed something else. There were other reports, scattered across different forums, from people describing similar sightings. But when I pinned the locations down, a pattern started to emerge. A rough circle, all centered around that same part of Sedona, almost like a radius, a zone. I measured the distance from that central point to my house. Roughly 190 miles. The last time I measured, I was well outside that. Now I was inside it. They were expanding. The sightings, the signals, the presence. I think whatever is happening started there. Maybe it came from underground. Maybe it came from somewhere else. But it's growing now. And more people are seeing them. or maybe more people are being seen. I don't know which is worse. I stopped pretending I was okay after that. Up until then, I had been trying to live like everything was normal. I still went out for groceries. I still answered texts from friends, though less often. I tried to work, tried to read, tried to sleep, but the more I noticed them, the more I saw behind the curtain, the harder it became to act like I hadn't seen anything at all. Once you start seeing them, you can't unsee them. It wasn't just the man in the canyon anymore. It wasn't even just the one outside my house or the woman in the store. It was everywhere. Small things. People walking in perfect sync. Blinking out of rhythm. Smiling too long after the conversation was over. People who seemed human right up until the moment they didn't. I started staying home most of the time. Max wouldn't leave my side. He followed me from room to room, laid by the door at night, and growled at the windows more than once. He never used to do that. I covered the windows with blackout curtains. I unplugged my smart devices, tossed my webcam into a drawer, and shut off my phone for hours at a time. I kept thinking about that low-pressure hum I had been feeling, like a frequency only a part of me could detect. A pulse in the air, not quite sound, not quite thought. I needed answers, real ones. So I went back to the only person who had ever said anything that sounded like he understood. Jordan. I had not seen him in weeks. After that strange coffee shop conversation, he had vanished. I had driven by his place more than once. Empty. I left a note on the door once, just in case. No response. But that day, I got lucky. I was driving down a back road near the edge of town when I spotted him. He was walking alone along the shoulder, hands in his pockets, head down. I pulled over and called his name. He flinched like he didn't recognize it at first, then walked over to the car and got in without a word. I didn't ask where he had been. I didn't have to. He looked different. Not sick, not exactly, just tired. Like he hadn't had real rest in a long time. We sat in silence for a while. Then he said it. "They know you saw them." I asked him how he knew. He said, "Because you're still here." I waited. He finally looked at me. "If you were a threat, you wouldn't be. Still here, I mean." That chilled me more than anything else he had said. I asked him what they were, not in theory, not in vague metaphors. I asked him directly, "What are they?" He didn't answer at first. Then he said, "They've always been here, but something's changed." I pressed him, "What changed?" He said, "They used to hide, now they don't." He leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. "Do you know why they're always so still?" I shook my head. He said, "Because movement is a human trait. We shift, we fidget, we adjust. They copy everything else, but they forget the small stuff." I asked how he knew all this. He didn't answer. Instead, he reached into his coat and pulled out a small notebook, like mine, worn, thick with notes and loose pages. He handed it to me. Inside were dozens of entries, descriptions, dates, places, drawings. Eyes. So many sketches of those vertical pupils. One page near the middle caught my attention. It was a hand-drawn map. A circle, just like the one I had drawn on mine. A central point near Sedona, radiating out. Different zones, different levels of activity. And a note scrawled across the bottom. Integration increasing, estimated threshold approaching. I asked what that meant. He said, they're not just showing up more, they're syncing with something. Something was coming, or being prepared for. He didn't say what. He looked out the window, eyes unfocused. I don't think they're waiting anymore, he said. They're replacing. That word sat heavy in the air. I asked him if he thought I had been replaced. He looked at me for a long time, then said, "Not yet." That was not comforting. I drove him back to where I had found him. He said he couldn't stay in one place for too long. He said they track routines. Predictable behavior makes you easier to swap. Before he got out, he said one last thing. If they ever look like someone you know, don't talk to them, don't follow them, don't ask questions, just leave. Then he was gone. I sat in the car for a long time, notebook in my lap, stomach tight. If he was right, and I think he was, then I had already let too much slip. I had watched, I had tracked, I had remembered. I think they knew I was watching. That night, I woke up at 3 a.m. to the sound of footsteps outside my bedroom window. Slow, measured, one step at a time. I sat up in bed and didn't move. Max was already awake, ears back, a low growl in his throat. I reached for the flashlight beside the bed, clicked it on, and waited. The steps stopped. Silence. I waited for 10 full minutes before moving. When I finally looked outside, the yard was empty. No prints, no shadows, nothing. But the gate was open, and I had locked it. The next day I packed a bag, essentials only. I put both notebooks in a plastic sleeve and tucked them at the bottom. I left a note on the kitchen table, just in case. Not that anyone would come looking, but it felt right. I drove north, away from the radius, away from the zone. I didn't know where I was going yet, only that I had to keep moving, because something was coming. And if I stayed in one place, I might not be the one who stayed. I kept driving. No destination, no map, just a direction, north. That first night I slept in the truck, parked off a side road behind a row of trees where no one would see the glow of my dash. Max stayed curled on the seat beside me, head up, alert even while he dozed. Every snap of a branch or rustle in the dark made my breath catch, but nothing came. No footsteps, no watchers. The notebook sat on the passenger side floor. I didn't touch it, didn't need to. Everything I needed from it was already burned into my brain. In the morning I drove again. Small towns. Gas stations that looked like they hadn't changed since the 1970s. Diners with handwritten menus and coffee that tasted like cardboard. I kept my head down. Didn't stay anywhere longer than a few hours. If someone stared too long, if someone blinked too slow, I was gone. At first I thought maybe I'd find more people like Jordan, people who had seen what I'd seen. Maybe even people who had answers. I kept an eye out for signs, symbols scrawled on light poles, QR codes that didn't scan, people in booths talking in hushed tones about eyes that didn't blink right. But nothing ever came. Just me, Max, and the road. And somewhere in the silence the fear started to shift. It didn't go away. It just changed shape. I wasn't scared of being found anymore. I was scared that I might be the only one left who remembered. Because that's the thing I figured out too late. They don't need to erase you. They just need to copy you well enough that no one notices you're gone. I stopped one night at a rest area in the mountains, snow on the ground, air so clean it hurt to breathe. I took Max for a walk in the trees. The trail wound behind the building and disappeared into a patch of pine. No one else was around. Then I saw something up ahead. Another figure. Standing still. No movement. Just a man in a dark jacket, hands by his sides, staring off into the trees. I froze. Max did too. No growl this time. Just a low whine. Tail down. I was about to turn around when the man spoke. "You can stop running." His voice was calm. Too calm. Like it had been practiced. Like he'd been rehearsing those exact words for a long time. I didn't move. He turned around slowly. His face looked human, familiar even. That was the worst part. There was something almost like me in the shape of his jaw, the curve of his eyebrows. But his eyes were wrong. Too still. I reached for the flashlight in my pocket, clicked it on, and shined it in his face. His pupils didn't shrink. He flinched not from the light, but from the noise of the switch. That's when I knew. He wasn't here to hurt me, not like that. He was here to copy me. I didn't say anything, just backed away slowly, hands still on the light. He didn't follow. Didn't move at all. I walked back to the truck, heart hammering. Max didn't take his eyes off the trees until we pulled away. I drove until the sun came up. That was the last time I saw one of them. I don't know why. Maybe it was a warning. Maybe it was the final check before they decided I wasn't worth the trouble. But after that, the sightings stopped. The dreams faded. The pressure in the air disappeared. And for the first time in weeks, I felt like I could breathe. I found a town further upstate, not too small, not too quiet. A place with enough strangers that no one asks why you're there, but not enough to feel watched. I rented a room in a little house just outside of town, fixed it up, cleaned the gutters, put my name on the mailbox. I started writing again, not just notes, full pages, everything I remembered, everything I saw, not to post it, not to expose it, just to keep it alive. Because if I forget, then they win. And if they ever come back, I'll know. I'll see it in their eyes. It's been 4 months now. Max sleeps better. I do too. I've started going for walks again, even at night. The woods don't scare me anymore. Not because I think it's over. I don't. But because I'm not afraid of the dark now. I know what's out there. And I know they want us quiet. Afraid. Alone. But I'm not any of those things. Not anymore. The other day, I saw a flyer in the window of the diner. Someone was putting together a community group, a place for people to talk about strange experiences, things they couldn't explain. Lights in the sky, voices in the woods. I stood there looking at it for a long time. Then I took it down. Because I don't think this is something to talk about in a circle over coffee. It's something to remember in silence, to carry with you, so that when the moment comes again, and it will, you'll recognize the stillness, the eyes, the way they don't quite move right. You'll know, and you'll walk away, just like I did, That's the ending. Not a battle. Not a discovery. Just this. Memory. And survival. This happened 2 weeks ago, and I've gone back and forth about whether to even post it. Part of me feels stupid, like it's not that big of a deal, or like I'm overreacting. But I keep thinking about it at night, about what almost happened. So yeah, I'm posting this because I can't stop replaying it, and maybe writing it out will help. I live in the south side of Glasgow, one of those rows of attached houses with the identical red brick fronts and tiny front gardens full of broken solar lights and overgrown grass. Nothing fancy. The kind of street where you mostly know your neighbors, or at least what cars they drive. Anyway, it was a Tuesday night, well, technically Wednesday morning, and I'd just gone to bed around 1:30. Nothing unusual about the day. I worked late, had some leftover pasta, watched an episode of something I don't even remember. Normal stuff. At 1:42 a.m., my phone buzzed. Just one notification. Motion detected at front door. I've got one of those Ring doorbells, not for any specific reason. Just got it on sale last year and figured it couldn't hurt. Mostly it picks up delivery drivers, drunk students walking past, or the occasional fox that likes to sniff my recycling bin. I was half asleep, but I tapped the notification anyway, just out of habit. The clip was only 30 seconds long. A man in a dark hoodie walks up my front path, doesn't knock, doesn't look around, just grabs the handle and tries to open the door. Calm, like he does it every day. He stands there for a few seconds, steps back, looks at the door again, doesn't say anything, then just turns around and walks off. No rush, no panic, just leaves, like he's disappointed he couldn't get in. I sat up in bed, wide awake now, heart going a bit too fast. I watched the clip again, and again. I zoomed in, even though the footage was grainy and the porch light was off. He's tall, maybe late 20s, hard to say. He's not masked or anything, just has the hood up. Doesn't seem drunk. Doesn't seem high, just deliberate. I checked the live feed. Nothing there now. I thought about calling the police, but what would I say? A guy tried my doorknob and walked away. It didn't even seem like a crime, just unsettling. I made sure the door was locked. It was then went back to bed, still holding my phone. Tried to sleep. Didn't. In the morning, I posted the clip to our neighborhood Facebook group. Just a short message. Anyone else get this guy on their cam last night? Tried my door around 1:40. Didn't knock, just walked off. It blew up. Within 10 minutes, I had 3 replies, then 5, then more. Same guy, same hoodie, same time. People started posting their own Ring footage. Every video was almost identical. He walks up, tries the handle, doesn't say anything, and leaves. In one clip, he even waves at the camera before walking away. No one recognized him. No one knew where he came from. But what got me, what actually made my stomach drop, was this one comment from a woman who lives about 5 houses down. She wrote, "I think he came into my house." At first I thought she was joking. Some kind of sarcastic post like, "Ha ha, Must have stopped for tea. But then she added more. I forgot to lock the front door. Didn't notice anything weird until I saw my ring cam this morning. He walks in at 1:44, doesn't leave until almost 3. Almost an hour and a half. Everyone started commenting at once, asking if she was okay, if she called the police, what he did, why she didn't hear him. She said she'd slept through it. She lives alone. No dog, no partner, nothing. She said the only reason she knew for sure that he'd stayed was because her hallway camera picked up the timestamp. He walked into her living room, sat on the sofa for a bit, then wandered into the kitchen. He took a yogurt from her fridge. A yogurt. Ate it, put the spoon in the sink, didn't touch anything else. Just sat there, eating, like it was his place. Then he left. She didn't wake up until morning. She only figured it out because her slippers had been moved and the fridge light was on. Police came that afternoon, took statements, collected the footage. We never heard anything else. No arrests, no follow-up, nothing on the news. We don't know who he was or where he went. The weird part? It's like he disappeared. The Facebook group went nuts for a while. People started checking their doors 5 times a night, buying extra locks, keeping porch lights on all night. But after about a week, it died down, new posts stopped, everyone moved on. Except me. I still check the ring footage every morning. Still scroll back to 1:42 a.m. just in case. Nothing so far. But I keep thinking about that clip, the way he stood at my door, the way he tried the handle like it was no big deal, like he wasn't checking if it was locked, just seeing if this one would open. Like it was a routine. And maybe it was. Maybe he tries a street every month. Maybe that night, I was just lucky enough to have turned the key. After the Facebook group blew up that morning, I started noticing the change in the street. People were acting different. Curtains were drawn tighter, even during the day. Porch lights that used to be on timers now stayed lit through the night. A few neighbors I barely knew stopped me on the walk to my car, not to chat, but to say things like, "You got locks on your back gate," or, "I've been thinking about getting one of those Wii alarms." There was a weird sort of bonding in it. Not friendly exactly, just a quiet understanding that something had stepped out of place, like the routine had been disrupted, and now we were all trying to patch it up. I kept going back to the footage, not just mine, everyone's. I watched each clip like it was a puzzle I hadn't solved yet. Same walk, same angle of approach, always the handle, always casual. But there was one video that stuck with me, and not for any dramatic reason. It was just weird. Someone had a second camera facing the street, not the door, the actual road. And when they posted their clip, it showed something none of the others had. He didn't arrive in a car, didn't bike in, didn't jog or wander up from the corner. He just appeared in frame, from the left, no context. Walking with purpose, like he already knew where he was going. That's the part that bugged me the most. Not that he was checking doors, as messed up as that was, but that he was doing it so calmly, like it wasn't about breaking in, like he wasn't desperate or angry or even really trying to hide. It was something else. I talked to the woman whose house he entered. Her name's Marie. She lives down the street, in one of those slightly older terraces with the narrow hallways and long front rooms. I didn't know her before all this. We'd nodded a few times while taking out the bins, but that's about it. She reached out to me privately, sent a message after I commented on her post, said she'd talk if I wanted. So I walked over the next evening just after 6. She made tea, poured mine with milk even though I usually drink it plain, but I didn't correct her. We sat in her kitchen, both of us a bit awkward, like we weren't sure how seriously to take any of it. She told me the police had come by twice. They watched the footage, took her statement, said it was unusual behavior, but not technically breaking and entering, since the door wasn't locked. No damage, no theft, no threats. She said that word like she was quoting someone, not technically. I asked if she'd heard anything that night, any creaks or sounds that didn't fit. She shook her head. I sleep like a brick, she said. Didn't even know the fridge was open till I saw the light. Yogurt tub was in the bin, like he'd cleaned up after himself. She gave this strange little laugh when she said it, the kind people do when something's funny and not funny at the same time. Then she looked at me, more serious. He picked a spoon. What? A spoon, she said again, not just grabbed one. He opened the drawer, looked, picked one, put the drawer back quiet. How do you know? She took a sip of tea. Because I watched the video over and over. You can see it. You can hear it too, if you turn the volume up. He was careful. That stuck with me. Not just that he came in. Not just that he sat there. But that he made choices, tiny, deliberate ones. The kind of choices people make when they're not in a rush, when they feel safe. I asked if she was scared. She said, not that night, not even the next day. Then added, it's worse now. Why? She hesitated. Because now I know what he looks like, and I've started thinking I've seen him since. That made my skin crawl. I asked where. She just shook her head. Not sure. Could be nothing. Could just be, I'm jumpy now. We sat in silence for a bit after that. Her clock ticked loud in the quiet. Before I left, she walked me to the door. Said, I think he was looking for something. I asked what. She just said, not sure he found it. The walk home was short but unsettling. My own front door felt different now, not just something to lock, but something that had been tested, like it had passed once, but might not again. That night, I added a second deadbolt. It wasn't fancy, just something I picked up from the DIY shop at the end of the block, installed it myself, watched a YouTube video with shaky audio to figure it out. Afterward, I stood outside and tried the handle. Twice. Just to hear the click, to make sure it held. And then, because I'm apparently a bit mad now, I opened the Ring app and watched my own door from my phone. Just sat there in my front room, watching a live feed of my own house, like it might try to lie to me. It didn't. Nothing happened. Just the wind. Just the quiet. Still, I barely slept. Every time the boiler kicked in, or the fridge groaned, or a car rolled past outside, I sat up and held my breath. Waiting. not because I expected him to come back, but because I didn't understand why he left. The thing no one tells you is that the fear doesn't show up all at once. It sort of creeps into the corners first, changes how you move, how you talk to people. You tell yourself you're fine, but suddenly you're double-checking every lock in the house like it's a ritual. You pause a second longer before getting out of the shower. You turn off the TV just to make sure that last sound wasn't from outside. That's where I was. And I hadn't even been the one he got in on. I'd been lucky, that was all. I hadn't done anything smart or special. I'd just locked my door the way I always do, and somehow that was enough. That's what really stuck with me, the idea that nothing about me scared him off. He didn't see me through the window and decide against it. He didn't hear a dog bark or see a light flick on. He just tried the door, and it didn't open. So he moved on, like it was a vending machine that ate his coin. That was the part that started digging in, the longer I sat with it. He didn't hesitate. He didn't seem surprised it was locked, like most of them weren't, like he was used to it. I didn't post much after the second day. The Facebook group was still buzzing, still full of people sharing clips and screenshots and theories, but I stopped commenting. The noise was making it worse. There were too many people trying to explain it away, saying things like, oh, maybe he was just drunk, or probably mental health related, or the worst one, well, if nothing was taken, is it really a crime? That one got under my skin. I wasn't thinking about crimes. I was thinking about presence, about someone being inside when they weren't supposed to be. Someone in your living room, someone who knows how your door handle feels, someone who touched your light switch in your fridge and maybe looked at the photos on your shelf while you were asleep in the next room. That's the part they didn't get. It wasn't about damage. It was about being watched. And whoever he was, he knew how to do that without making a sound. Anyway, a few days later, I ran into Marie again. I was coming back from the corner shop, late evening, bags in hand, and she was out front of her place, sweeping leaves off the path. She looked tired, not messy, just worn out around the eyes. We said hi, and I almost kept walking, but then she asked, "Have you had anything else happen?" I stopped. "No," I said. "You?" She looked at me for a second, not answering right away, just watching my face like she was deciding how honest to be. Then she said, "Maybe." She stepped closer, lowering her voice. 3 nights ago, around 1:30, maybe a bit later, I was up reading, couldn't sleep, and I heard the door handle rattle again. That sentence made my mouth go dry. I asked if she looked through the peephole. She nodded. "No one there." "But you heard it." "Clear as anything, not loud, just that quiet little click you know too well." I didn't ask why she didn't open the door. We both knew why. She said she sat on the stairs after that, just listened, didn't move for nearly half an hour. No other sounds, no knocks, nothing. I told her I hadn't heard anything since, no motion alerts, no footsteps. She just nodded again and said, "Yeah, but he wasn't just looking for unlocked doors." I didn't say anything to that. I went home and checked the footage again that night, like I always do now. Nothing, just wind, leaves, one of the neighbor's cats knocking over the bins again. But I couldn't sleep after. That sentence stuck with me. He wasn't just looking for unlocked doors. I tried to shake it, but I couldn't stop imagining him picking which ones to try. Not random, not a lineup. Maybe he watched. Maybe he scoped us out earlier. Maybe the unlocked ones were just the ones he'd already decided were worth entering. The next afternoon, I got a message. Not on Facebook, this was a text. Number I didn't recognize. Area code from somewhere in Ayrshire. It just said, "Check your recycling." No name, no context. My stomach dropped. I went out to the front bin and opened the lid. Just cans and wrappers. Nothing weird. But then I noticed something wedged between the bag and the side of the bin. A plastic spoon. White, clean, tucked in like someone had slid it in deliberately so it wouldn't fall out. I just stared at it. I didn't take it out. Didn't call the police. Didn't even tell Meg or Marie or anyone else. I shut the bin and went back inside and locked the door. That was 2 days ago. Since then, I haven't gotten any more texts. No calls, no knocks, no doorbell pings. Just that spoon. But it changed something in me. Because it meant he remembered. It meant he knew who I was, or at least where I was. And that meant the first time he tried my door wasn't the only time. I didn't sleep the night after the spoon. I didn't even try. I stayed up in the living room with the lights on and my phone open to the Ring app, flicking between the live feed and the footage log like something might change while I was watching. Nothing did. It was quiet. But that didn't help. Because now I wasn't just scared of someone coming back. Now I knew he'd already been back. And this time, I hadn't seen him. I didn't tell anyone at first. Not Meg, not Marie, not even Jamie when he popped round the next day to drop off some drill bits I'd asked for weeks ago. I almost said it, almost brought it up like, "You ever find something that shouldn't be in your bin?" But I couldn't make the words feel normal. And if I couldn't say it without sounding crazy, I wasn't going to say it at all. Instead, I started doing small things. I rearranged my living room, pulled the sofa away from the front window, re-angled the lamp so it didn't cast shadows across the hallway at night, bought a cheap wedge alarm for the back door. Not because I thought it would stop him, just so I'd know if it happened again. I even printed out one of those fake 24-hour CCTV in operation signs and stuck it to the inside of the glass. Not sure who I thought I was fooling. Probably just myself. I watched Marie more too. Not in a weird way, just noticed her more. The way she kept her curtains shut tighter than before, how she never took the bins out after dark now. The way she always scanned the street before unlocking her front door, keys already out like she was preparing for something to happen. We were all doing it, in our own way. One night, I came back from the shop and found her standing in her driveway, staring up at her roof. I asked if everything was okay. She didn't look away from whatever she was looking at. "Do you ever feel like he's still here?" she said. Not, "Do you think he'll come back?" Not, "What if it happens again?" Just still here. I didn't answer. Because I did. Not in the obvious ways. I didn't see vans parked on the street or catch anyone watching from the shadows, but the feeling was still there. That low, gnawing hum of wrongness that you learn to stop talking about because no one knows what to do with it. I asked if she'd seen anything. She didn't move. Yesterday morning, she said, my mail was inside, on the floor, door was still locked. I felt that slow, cold twist in my stomach. Are you sure it didn't just fall through? It was stacked, neat, like someone had picked it up and left it for me. I didn't know what to say. What do you even say to that? We stood there in silence for a while. Then she finally looked at me. If I'm honest, she said, I don't think he's gone. I just think he got better at it. That sentence lived in my head for days. I started noticing the gaps in my own habits, the small places where I might forget something, leave a curtain slightly open, take too long to relock the door after coming in, walk away from the kettle while it's boiling, letting the noise cover everything else. And I kept thinking, if he's watching, he knows all that. He knows my routine. He knows when I go quiet, when I sleep, when I don't. I tried to change things up, set alarms for odd hours, kept lights on at weird times, took different routes home, all that stuff you do when you're trying to be unpredictable. But it doesn't really work, because you can't outsmart someone when you don't know what game they're playing. And then something happened that pushed it all back to the surface. A new post went up in the Facebook group. Someone had footage, not of their own house, of a dog walker's clip, from a camera mounted on their dog's collar. I didn't even know people were doing that now. The woman who posted it said her dog had started acting strange during their usual morning walk, kept turning back, ears up, hackles raised, so she checked the footage when she got home. And at the 12-minute mark, you see a man, maybe him, maybe not, but it felt close, standing at the corner of one of the cul-de-sacs just off our street, not moving, not walking a dog, just there, hood up, head down, like he'd been waiting to be noticed, or maybe hoping he wouldn't be. The timestamp was 5:38 a.m. Same day I found the spoon. I sat there staring at the paused frame, trying to make something clearer out of it, a clue, a detail. But there was nothing, just shadows and pixels in that same posture, relaxed, patient, familiar. I didn't comment, didn't share it. Just saved the image to my phone and kept checking it every hour for the rest of the day, like it might suddenly blink. That night, I didn't stay in. I packed a bag and went to Meg's. She was confused at first, but when she saw my face, she just nodded and asked what takeaway I wanted. I didn't tell her everything, just enough. I said, he left something for me. She didn't ask what. I slept on her sofa that night, barely moving, and still, I woke up 3 times with my heart pounding, convinced I'd heard the front gate. In the morning I checked my phone, no new alerts, no missed calls. Just the saved photo from the dog cam. Still him, still standing, still watching. The hardest part was that life didn't stop just because something awful might be happening in the background. Bills still showed up, work still called, People still asked you how you were in that polite, shallow way that made it impossible to answer truthfully. I'd nod and say, "Yeah, all good," like I wasn't sleeping with the hallway light on, like I wasn't checking my bin for messages or spoons, or God knows what every morning, like I didn't flinch every time my phone buzzed past midnight. There's something deeply isolating about a fear you can't prove, something that makes you feel stupid for being scared, and even more stupid for trying to explain it. I'd half start to bring it up in conversations to Meg, to Jamie, even to the guy I work with at the print shop, but I always bailed. I could already hear the way they'd respond, logical, reassuring. Probably just a prank, or sounds like someone messing about. And maybe it was. That was the worst part. Maybe it really was just some weird guy with too much time and a taste for yogurt and unlocked doors. Maybe it was all over already, and I was just dragging it out in my head. But if that was true, why couldn't I stop thinking about it? I started writing things down, not to show anyone, just for myself, just so I could track what was happening and see if there was a pattern, a logic to it. I made a list of all the things that had changed since it started: the spoon, the unlocked door, the silent visits, the open gate, Marie's moved mail, the dog cam footage. It didn't add up to anything clear, but it felt better to see it on paper, like maybe if I looked hard enough I'd see what he wanted. I kept checking in with Marie, though not as often. We didn't say much anymore when we passed each other, but there was this kind of quiet understanding between us now, like we were the only two people on the street still paying attention. Everyone else had moved on. The Facebook posts had stopped. People were back to complaining about potholes and stolen flower pots. I guess that's how it works. People get scared for a bit, then bored, then numb. Something new always comes along. But I hadn't moved on. I couldn't, because even though nothing new had happened since the spoon, that sense of being watched never really went away. I'd walk to the shop and feel eyes on the back of my neck. I'd wake up at 4 a.m. and stare at the ceiling, certain I'd heard someone on the gravel outside. The ring never pinged. The cameras never showed anything, but that didn't matter. You don't need to see the wind to feel it, and whatever this was, I felt it. Then, one night, something changed. I was home alone. Meg was staying at Jamie's, and I decided not to follow her this time. I was tired of feeling like I was running from my own house. I made dinner, something simple, pasta and garlic bread, and sat on the sofa to eat while an old episode of MasterChef played in the background. It was normal, calm, almost peaceful. Until I heard something from the front garden. Not a bang, not glass breaking, just a soft crunch, like a footstep on gravel. I muted the TV. Waited. Nothing. I grabbed my phone and opened the Ring app. Live feed loaded, porch empty, no motion alert, nothing moving. But I kept staring. I was so sure I'd heard something. Then the feed glitched. Just for a second, a flicker, like the signal had hiccuped. It came back instantly, still empty, but I'd seen it. I rewound the footage by 10 seconds, watched it again, the moment the screen jumped. It didn't catch anything, no figure, no movement, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had just happened out there, just outside the range of the camera. I waited a few more minutes, watched the feed, still nothing. I should have let it go. I should have gone back to eating, but instead, I got up and opened the door. The porch was empty, path empty, gate closed. But something was there, sitting right in the center of the doormat. Another spoon. Same kind, plain, plastic, slightly bent at the tip. No note this time, no message. Just the spoon. I didn't pick it up. I didn't touch it. I stood there for what felt like a long time, just looking at it like it might move on its own. I glanced around the street. Empty. No one walking past. No cars pulling away. Just quiet, and me, and this stupid, meaningless thing that somehow meant everything. I didn't call the police. I didn't tell Meg. I just shut the door, locked it, deadbolted it, and sat back down on the sofa. I didn't touch my food. I didn't unmute the TV. I just sat there and stared at the door like it might knock on its own. I stayed up all night. Didn't sleep. Didn't blink, it felt like. In the morning, the spoon was gone. Not kicked aside. Not blown off. Just gone. Like it had been taken back. Or like I'd imagined the whole thing and someone somewhere was laughing at how seriously I was taking it. But I hadn't imagined it. I know I hadn't. Because I wrote it down. The time, the shape, the texture, the way the plastic bent slightly in the middle like it had been used once and cleaned too aggressively. I wrote all of it down before I even shut the door. And that's when I realized what he was doing. He wasn't just watching. He was reminding me. After that second spoon, I knew I couldn't stay. Not out of panic, it wasn't that. It wasn't even fear in the same way anymore. It was this quiet, creeping realization that I wasn't going to win, that this was never a thing I could solve. He wasn't someone I could outsmart or catch in the act or reason with. He wasn't coming to break in or steal or hurt. He was just coming, in his own way, on his own schedule. And my house, the one I'd painted, filled with second-hand furniture, taken naps in, and cooked lazy Sunday dinners in it, didn't feel like mine anymore. It felt like a place he visited. Like the front door was just a line he hadn't crossed yet, and even if he never did, the knowing was enough. I didn't want to be a person who lived like that. So I decided I was leaving. Meg understood, not right away, but she didn't push. She said I could stay at Jamie's for as long as I needed, while I figured things out. And I did 3 nights on their lumpy futon, still not sleeping properly, still checking my phone every hour. I even disabled my Ring app for a while. Not because I stopped caring, but because I couldn't handle the anticipation anymore. That constant spike of dread every time a motion alert went off, even if it was just the postie or a squirrel. It was wrecking me. I put in my notice with the letting agent a week later, gave the standard 28 days, didn't wait for the full term to end. I listed a few of my things on Facebook Marketplace, boxed up the rest, and started looking at flats outside the city, somewhere smaller, quieter, not so anonymous. Marie didn't say much when I told her. She just nodded and said, "I get it." And I think she did. That week, I went back once more to pick up the last of my things. Just me, middle of the afternoon, bright and unthreatening. I walked in and felt the weird stillness of a place that had already stopped being home. You could hear the echoes in the walls. You could smell the dust starting to settle. Everything looked normal, too normal, like nothing had happened, like it had all been in my head. But then I checked the kitchen. There was a third spoon on the counter. This one wasn't plastic. It was metal. Plain, cheap, the kind you'd get in a 5-pack from IKEA. But it was mine, from my drawer, and I hadn't been there in days. I stood there for a while, staring at it, not afraid, just done. It felt like the last word in a conversation I never wanted to be part of. A final message, or maybe a goodbye. I picked it up, washed it, dried it, put it back in the drawer like it belonged there. Then I walked out and didn't come back. I moved to a smaller flat about 25 minutes away, top floor, no garden, one door in, one door out. It's not anything special, but it's mine. It's quiet. I can see the whole street from my window. I started sleeping again. Not great, but better. Meg and I still talk, so does Marie. We check in now and then. A group chat was started. It's quiet now. Just memes and check-ins, and the odd bin day reminder. There haven't been any more sightings. No more Facebook clips. No new notes. No spoons. But I still catch myself watching. Not obsessively, not constantly, but when the house goes still at night and the wind picks up, I still pause and listen. I still lock the door, then check it twice. I still angle the hallway light so I can see the floor from my bed. That's the part I never expected. It's not the fear that stays, it's the habit. The small, instinctive changes that linger long after the danger's gone. The way you shrink into yourself, the way you stop assuming you're alone, even when you are. But I'm okay with that now, because it taught me something I didn't know before. That safety isn't a feeling, it's a choice you make over and over again. Every locked door, every gut instinct you don't ignore. Every time you say, no, actually, I'm not just being dramatic. I used to think people who told stories like this were trying to scare others. But now I think they're just trying to tell you what can happen, not to make you paranoid, but to remind you to pay attention. To make you trust that feeling in your spine when something doesn't sit right. To make sure you don't ignore the knock you didn't hear. The sound you almost missed. The door you thought you locked. Because sometimes you'll get lucky. Sometimes he'll try the handle and just move on. And sometimes he won't. It started off so normal that I almost didn't notice it at all. Just a plain white van sitting across the street. No logos, no business markings, nothing on the side. The kind of vehicle you might see parked in any neighborhood, maybe a contractor's work van or someone moving furniture. It looked totally average, which I guess is why it didn't register as weird right away. I first saw it early one morning, just after sunrise. I was pouring coffee in my kitchen and glanced out the window, and there it was, parked on the other side of the road, completely still. I couldn't see anyone in the driver's seat, and the engine was off. I figured maybe someone left it there overnight, or was waiting for someone in one of the nearby houses. I didn't give it a second thought. But that night, when I took the dog out for his usual walk, it was still there. Same spot. Same van. Except this time the engine was running. I remember the sound of it low and steady, like someone was inside with the heater on, waiting for something. I couldn't see through the windows. They were tinted dark, way darker than standard, which struck me as odd, but not illegal. I stood on my front step for a second, trying not to look too obvious, before walking toward the sidewalk with the leash in hand. As we rounded the block and circled back toward the house, I noticed something that made my stomach feel strange. The van had moved. It hadn't left. It was just further up the road now, maybe 20 feet, like it had crept forward a little while we were out and then parked again, still running, still with no visible driver. It made my skin crawl, but I shrugged it off, told myself I was being paranoid. Maybe someone had fallen asleep in there. Maybe they were having car trouble. Maybe they were killing time between delivery jobs. It was not enough to call anyone. Still, I logged it mentally. When it came back 2 nights later, I noticed. Same exact van. Same lack of plates. That was the part I hadn't caught the first time. There were no tags, not even a temporary sticker or a smudge where a plate might have been removed. Just clean white metal where the license plate should have been. That made me pause. I didn't walk the dog that evening. I stayed inside, watched from behind the blinds. The van sat there for about 30 minutes, then pulled away slowly. No headlights. No noise. Just the soft hum of an engine fading into the distance. I called the city's non-emergency line the next day, described the van, gave my street, said it had no plates and was acting strange. The dispatcher said they'd make a note of it. She didn't seem surprised. That's when I found out it wasn't just me. My neighbor across the street, the woman who's always in her garden, she mentioned it too. Said she had seen the same van 3 different times that week. Always parked, always with the engine on. One time, she told me, it stayed for 2 full hours and no one ever got out. She had reported it too. By the end of the week, I had seen it 4 more times. Different hours. Different positions along the road, but always within view of my house. Always idle, always empty looking. Then a girl went missing, just 2 blocks over. Her name was Lauren. I didn't know her personally, but I had seen her jogging before, same time every day. Headphones on, bright jacket, one of those people who you start to recognize just from routine. She never came home. The day it happened, her ring cam caught something. The van. Parked near the end of her driveway, not moving, just sitting there with the lights off, minutes before she stepped out for her run. That's when everything clicked into place. Same van, same missing plates, same quiet presence I'd been watching from my front window. It showed up in the news briefly. Grainy still images. No one could make out the driver. Police said they were investigating but didn't share much more. They asked for tips. That was it. After that, I started changing how I lived. No more nighttime walks. No more open windows after dark. I began keeping a notepad by the window so I could jot down dates and times without using my phone. I didn't want to risk drawing attention to myself. Every time the van came back, I logged it. When it arrived, how long it stayed, whether the engine was running. Then one night, it followed me. I had taken the dog out just before bed, same route as always. We walked down the block, cut through the alley, looped around the park, and came back up toward the house. That's when I heard it behind me. the low sound of tires rolling slow against the curb. I turned around and saw it. The van. Moving behind us. Not fast. Just slow enough to match our pace. When I stopped, it stopped. I didn't wait. I turned around and walked the other way, back toward the main road. It didn't follow. When I looked back 5 minutes later, it was gone. I didn't sleep that night. And after that, I stopped walking entirely. After that night in the park, I changed my routine completely. Morning walks only, bright daylight, sometimes even midday if I had time, just to avoid the usual crowd and keep my schedule unpredictable. I started cutting across different streets, doubling back, taking random turns even when I didn't need to. I told myself it was just for peace of mind, but it was more than that. It was survival instinct. I had never really felt that before, but once it kicks in, it's hard to ignore. The thing about noticing something threatening is that it makes you notice everything. Every car idling too long, every person who slows their step when they pass you, every unfamiliar vehicle parked within eyesight of your house. And that van, it had rewired the way I moved through the world, the way I breathed, honestly. By the end of the second week, I had logged 9 sightings. 9 separate times it had been parked across from my place, or 1 street over, or just far enough down the road that it could still see my windows. It never stayed more than an hour, never left anything behind, never got towed, never ticketed. I checked with the city and they said without a plate, they could not even track ownership unless they caught it moving, which they had not. The strange thing was, I never once saw the driver's face, not clearly. I caught glimpses through the windshield, but the angle was always just wrong. Dark cap, sunglasses, head turned. Like he was very practiced at not being seen properly. Always facing slightly away, always turning at just the right moment. The kind of calculated stillness that made your skin crawl, like being watched by someone who had done it many times before. My neighbor, the one who tended the garden, started avoiding the topic. She didn't want to talk about it anymore, said it gave her nightmares. I didn't blame her. She had mentioned once that her daughter lived alone a few blocks away. That made it personal, too personal. Some people could still pretend it was random. She couldn't. One night, around 2 in the morning, I woke up with a start. Not from a noise exactly, but from that weird internal alarm that goes off when something isn't right. I sat up, disoriented, and walked over to the window. The van was there again, engine off this time, headlights dark, just sitting, closer than usual, not across the street, not by the curb, directly in front of my house, slightly tilted, like it had parked in a hurry. I stood there for a long time just watching. I didn't grab my phone. I didn't take a photo. I didn't move. I just stood still, breathing as quietly as I could, convinced that if I did anything at all, he would see me. Eventually, I backed away from the window, sat down on the floor, still watching. I stayed there until the sun started to come up, and when I finally got the courage to look again, the van was gone. Not driving away, just gone, like it had evaporated. That morning, I filed another report. I walked it straight into the police station, gave them my full notes, the times, the dates, everything I had tracked. They were polite, but tired. You could see it on their faces. This was not the first time someone had brought them a story about a white van. But now, with Lauren still missing, they paid a little more attention. One officer told me, quietly, that there had been similar calls from 3 other neighborhoods nearby. Same description, same behavior, no plates. He told me to be cautious, said I was doing the right thing by documenting everything. Then he told me to make sure my doors were always locked, which wasn't comforting. I already triple-checked everything. Every night, sometimes more than once. By the 3rd week, I started getting headaches, not from anything physical, just from the stress, from the low-grade constant alertness. I couldn't focus at work. I forgot to eat lunch more than once. I stopped watching shows, stopped reading, stopped anything that might distract me too much. My entire world had shrunk down to 2 questions. Where is he now, and when will he come back? Then one morning, something changed. I was taking out the trash just after 9, normal day, sky overcast, mild breeze. I walked down the driveway, and as I passed the end of my fence, I saw something tucked underneath my mailbox. Folded paper, not junk mail, not a flyer, just plain white printer paper, folded twice, slightly damp from the dew. I opened it right there on the sidewalk. Inside were 2 things. The first was a printed map, a simple layout of my neighborhood, printed from an online satellite view. My street was circled. My house was marked with a red dot. The second was a list. A printed list of names. All women. All from within a few blocks. Some I recognized. One was my neighbor's daughter. One was the barista from the coffee shop I used to walk to. One was Lauren. And there I was, halfway down the list. My full name. My address. Circled in red ink. I didn't call the police from my house. I walked straight to the station again, the paper held flat in my hand like it was on fire. They didn't brush me off this time. The moment they saw it, something in the room shifted. The officer I gave it to stood up and took it into another room without saying a word. Things moved faster after that. They asked me to stay in a secure room while they called for a detective. They asked for everything again. All the van sightings, all my notes, every detail. I gave them everything I had, hands shaking. That was the moment it stopped being creepy and started being real. The detective came in around 40 minutes after they took the paper from me. He looked tired, but alert in that way people do when they have stopped pretending something is routine. He asked if I wanted coffee, and I said no. He sat down across from me in the small windowless interview room and laid the folded sheet flat between us. My name circled in red, still visible even under the fluorescent lights. "This is serious," he said. "We're treating it that way." I nodded. I didn't say much. I think I was still trying to feel my body again, like I had left it somewhere back on the sidewalk when I found that list. I remember rubbing my fingers together under the table just for the sensation. He asked how long I had been noticing the van. I gave him the dates. He asked about the driver, what I had seen, where I had seen him, whether I had ever spoken to him. I told him I never got a clear look at the face, just glimpses, always turned, always avoiding direct view. He asked about Lauren, what I knew about her. I said only that she walked her dog and we had nodded in passing a few times. I hadn't spoken to her beyond that. We weren't friends. I felt bad saying that, but it was the truth. He said it was okay. Said that the list probably contained targets, not acquaintances. That made me cold all over again. Then he said something that stuck with me. "You're not the only one who's seen him." Apparently, 2 other women in the area had come in over the last month with similar stories. They had seen the same van, described the same quiet presence, same darkened windows, same strange behavior of pulling forward slowly when someone walked by, then stopping again. One had even tried to take a photo, but it had come out too blurry to be useful. The van moved constantly, never staying in one area long enough to be predictable. No tags, no visible damage, always just ordinary enough to avoid too much attention, but always watching. I asked what they were doing about it. He paused. "We're trying to find it, and him." That was all he could say. After that, they let me go home, but they sent a patrol car to drive behind me. An officer sat parked near my house that night, same the next night. It helped a little, knowing someone was watching the street, but it also made everything feel sharper, realer, like I had officially crossed a line into something I was not going to walk back from. I left my porch light on every night. I taped blackout fabric over the inside of my bedroom window. I kept the motion sensor on near the back door and checked it constantly, even when it did not ping. I barely slept. When I did, I dreamed of engines idling just out of view. The van didn't come back that week. At least, not that I saw. Then, a few days later, I was walking past the gas station down the road when I saw something that stopped me cold. There was a man at the pump. Plain jacket, ball cap, nothing distinctive, but the way he stood, the way he turned away slightly when he saw me, the way his shoulders tensed. I had seen that posture before. I ducked behind the side of the building and waited. My phone was already in my hand. I tried to take a photo, but by the time I poked my head back around, he was gone. Not walking, not pumping gas. Just gone, like he had slipped between frames. I ran to the front of the store and asked the clerk if they had security footage. He said that was up to corporate, not local. I gave him my name and number anyway, and asked him to pass it along. He said okay, but he did not look hopeful. That night, I didn't even try to sleep. I sat on the couch with the lights off and the front blinds open just an inch, watching, waiting. Around 2 in the morning, I saw a pair of headlights at the end of the street. Not the van. A different car. Unmarked. No lights on top. It pulled into my driveway. For a second, I couldn't move. Then someone knocked on my door. When I opened it, 2 officers were there. Not the ones who had been assigned to patrol. Different faces. They said they were there to follow up on the list I had brought in. Said they had found something. Asked if they could come inside. I hesitated. I didn't want to be rude, but something felt off. Not about what they said, about the way they said it. Too polite, too rehearsed, like they had practiced it. I asked to see a badge. They paused. One of them pulled a card from his pocket, held it up. It looked real, but I had seen a different badge before from the detective. This one was not the same. I told them I needed to call the station to confirm. They smiled, too wide. Then they said, "That's okay, we'll come back later." They walked off. No argument, no insistence. Just turned and left. No car started, no doors closed. They were gone. I called the station immediately. They had not sent anyone. No one had been dispatched to my address that night. That was when it all locked into place. Whoever was behind the van was not just watching now. They were testing, getting bolder, trying the door. I stayed up the rest of that night with every light on in the house. Not that I thought it would stop anything, but it made me feel less alone. Brightness gave shape to things. Shadows could not sneak up on me if I did not let them form. I sat at the kitchen table with a flashlight in my lap and my phone charging next to a cup of cold coffee I never drank. The hours dragged, and I did not look at the clock once. The police told me the next day that there had been no record of anyone sent to my address. No calls made from any officer's phone, no log of a vehicle in the area. They took it seriously, I could tell. But not surprised, not anymore. They had me walk them through everything again. The knock, the badge, the names they gave, the way they left without a word when I asked to confirm their identity. I told them about the unmarked car and the way no door had ever closed. One of the officers asked if I had security footage, and I told him I used to. But the motion camera near the front door had stopped working a week earlier. I had replaced the batteries and reset it twice, but it never powered back on. I figured it had just worn out. Now I was not so sure. I had left it there anyway, just out of habit. I guess I thought even a broken camera might be enough of a deterrent. That evening, they offered to have someone stay parked outside my house again. I said yes. I was not trying to be brave anymore. I was tired. There is a kind of tired that gets into your bones, where fear is not loud anymore. It is just part of the air. You stop jumping at every sound and start cataloging them instead. That night, the officer stayed in an unmarked SUV with the engine running and the window cracked. I watched him from my upstairs window for over an hour before I finally lay down. I kept the lights on in the hallway and the door open, just in case. I was asleep for maybe 2 hours when something woke me. Not a noise, just a feeling. I sat up and looked toward the window. The officer's car was still there. Then my phone buzzed. It was a message from a number I did not recognize. It said, "He won't see me." Just that. Nothing else. I sat frozen with my hands wrapped around the phone. I did not know what to do. I did not want to call the police again and be told there was nothing they could do. I did not want to be told to stay calm and keep a record. I wanted to do something, anything. I walked to the window again, pressed my face close to the glass, and stared down at the street. The officer's car had not moved, still idling, still parked. But I noticed something I had not seen before. There was a second vehicle, further down the block, partially behind a hedge. No headlights, no visible plates. I could not tell if it was the same van. It might not have been, but I felt it. That same wrong weight in my chest that had crept in the first time I saw the van weeks ago. That same tightening in the back of my neck, like I had already seen what was coming and my body was catching up before my mind. I called the station right away. They sent another car. 15 minutes later, the second vehicle was gone. The officer in front of my house had not seen it leave. Said he never noticed it arrive. I don't know if he was telling the truth, or if he had dozed off or looked away at the wrong time. I didn't push. It would not have changed anything. The message had been clear. He was still watching. And now he was watching the people watching me. After that, they sent someone during the daytime too. A different shift, same routine. They told me it was temporary. I told them that was fine. I did not expect anyone to stay forever. I just needed time, enough space to breathe, to think, to figure out if I should leave the city entirely. I started packing a little. Not everything. Just a box here and there. Documents, clothes, anything I would need if I had to leave in a hurry. It made me feel a little better. Like I had a plan, even if I did not use it. Then, one afternoon, I got a call from the detective. They had found the van, not just one like it. The one. No plates, same body damage on the back left panel, same tinted windows, same make and model, parked near an old warehouse on the edge of town. They found it during a patrol sweep, just by chance. It was empty when they arrived. But inside, they found more. A notebook, duct tape, zip ties, a hunting knife, floor plans, mine, and others, a list of names, all women. Some of them matched the earlier list I had found. Some did not, but mine was still there, still circled, still marked in red. The detective said they were building a case, that the van was in evidence, that fingerprints were being processed, that the notebook was being photographed, that they were going to find him. And I believed him. I wanted to believe him. But part of me already knew. He was still out there, and now he knew they were close. They never caught him that week. Not officially, not with cuffs and headlines and closure. The van was theirs now, but he was not. The fingerprint analysis came back with partials, but no confirmed match. No name, no face. Nothing they could connect to any criminal record or state ID system. Whoever he was, he had stayed careful. He had wiped down almost everything. He had not used digital devices. No phone, no tablet, nothing to ping off towers or leave a signal trail. It was like he had studied how to disappear before he ever showed up. I started sleeping in short bursts, not full nights, just long enough to stop seeing shapes in the corners. I kept the hallway light on and the closet door open. I do not know why the closet, but something about being able to see inside it made me feel a little more in control. My phone stayed under my pillow, unlocked, screen dimmed but active. A few people from the neighborhood started reaching out to me. Nothing dramatic, just little check-ins. One woman dropped off cookies on my porch with a handwritten note that said, "We're glad you spoke up." A guy I used to pass walking his dog stopped me outside the gas station and said, "I think I saw him too." Then he looked over his shoulder before getting back into his car. That was the atmosphere now. Nobody said too much, but everyone was watching. The police gave me a temporary caseworker, a woman named Danielle. She was calm in a way that helped. Not warm, but focused. She talked to me like someone who had done this before. She told me I should be proud of how detailed my notes had been. I said I didn't feel proud. I felt like I had almost missed it, that it had taken me too long to admit it was real. She told me most people never admit it at all. She said I was lucky. I did not feel lucky. Every sound made my body tighten. Every knock at the door made my hands sweat. My dog had started barking at nothing more than usual. I couldn't tell if he was reacting to something I could not hear or just picking up on me. Then one night, something changed again. It was around 10. I had just finished brushing my teeth when I heard something tap against the living room window. Not a knock, not a bang, just a tap. A single, soft, deliberate tap. I froze in place, toothbrush still in my hand, waiting. A second tap. This time louder. I walked to the edge of the hallway and leaned forward just enough to see. There was a note pressed to the glass. Just paper, no envelope, held in place by a strip of what looked like masking tape. I stood there for a full minute before moving. Eventually, I opened the door, stepped outside, and peeled the note from the window with trembling fingers. It was short. Typed, not handwritten. All it said was, "I had time." That was it. 3 words. No name, no date, no demands. Just a statement. I went back inside and locked the door behind me. I sat on the floor and stared at the note until the sun started coming up. Then I called Danielle. She came in person that day. Not just her. A full team showed up. Plain clothes, quiet, efficient. They swept the house, took the note, collected fingerprints even though I told them I was sure he had worn gloves. They searched the yard, asked about new vehicles, any recent faces, any updates. There was nothing I could give them. Just those 3 words. That night, they left a car outside again. Same as before, but I did not sleep at all. It was not just fear now. It was the weight of knowing he had been back, that he had not been scared off by police or patrols or daylight, that he had stood close enough to see into my house and felt safe enough to leave me a message. I kept asking myself the same question. What did he mean by, "I had time"? Time to plan? Time to watch? Time to enter? I went through every drawer, every cabinet, every wall socket, every light fixture. I looked for anything that could have been moved, hidden, installed. I found nothing. But that didn't mean it wasn't there. The next few days passed in a blur. The police increased patrols across my neighborhood. They canvassed other blocks, asked more questions. A few more women came forward with their own stories. One had found a scrap of paper tucked into her mailbox with nothing but her initials on it. Another said she had heard a car idling outside her window for 3 nights in a row. No one had proof. Just fear. One night, Danielle called to tell me something new had come in. A man had been arrested out of state. Kansas border, near Oklahoma. He had been caught trespassing on private property. When they searched his vehicle, they found duct tape, zip ties, a hunting knife, a folder with newspaper clippings about Lauren's disappearance, and a second folder with street maps of Wichita. No ID on him. No phone. Just a handwritten name inside the folder. Mine. She said they were working to confirm everything. Said he had not confessed. Said the van had been burned out in a field not far from where he was picked up. But they were sure it was him. 90% sure. I asked if that meant it was over. Danielle did not answer right away. Then she said, "It might be." I took a breath for the first time in weeks that did not feel like borrowed air. I hung up and sat with the silence. No knocks. No engines. No shadows at the window. Just quiet. The quiet didn't feel like peace at first. It felt like holding my breath. Even after they told me he had been arrested, even after the folders and the burned-out van and the charges started stacking, I didn't let myself relax. I kept checking the locks twice. I still looked through the peephole before opening the door, even if I was just grabbing the mail. I left the porch light on every night, like muscle memory. The fear didn't go away all at once. It just slowed down, faded at the edges, got quieter. The man's name wasn't released right away. There were legal delays, procedural stuff. All I knew was that he had no ID when they found him. No history, nothing that tied him to anyone. Danielle told me that made sense. He had gone to lengths to stay invisible, used burner phones, paid in cash. He had probably changed vehicles more than once. The van they found outside town was definitely the one, though. They matched it to tire treads pulled from near my block, and inside, under the seat, they found more papers. A torn page from a calendar with dates circled, times, a list of intersections in my area. The words "entry point" were written next to one of them in pencil. That was the part that shook me most. He hadn't just been watching. He had been planning. Not in some chaotic way. Not the kind of sloppy crime of opportunity that gets caught early. This was different, clean, methodical. Like he had studied what not to do, and then built himself a process around it, and it almost worked. Almost. In the end, it was one mistake that brought him in. He parked too close to someone else's barn. Got out to check something. A ranch dog caught his scent, barked until the owner came out. He tried to drive off, but the truck was already boxed in by another vehicle. A small accident, no injuries. The officer who responded almost let him go until he noticed the burned plastic smell coming from the back of the van. That led to the search, which led to me. After that, it felt like everything slowed down again. The court process was still ongoing. They told me I might have to testify eventually, but I haven't yet. He refused to talk, refused to give a name. The papers called him the van stalker, like it was a title, like he had earned something. I hated that. I started walking again, not far, not after dark, but during the day, mornings only. I took new routes, started greeting the neighbors again. There was this moment, a few weeks after the arrest, where I passed a house 2 streets over and saw a woman on her porch watering plants. I had never spoken to her before. She looked up and nodded at me. I nodded back. That was it. Nothing huge. Just 2 people saying, "I'm still here." You're still here. That counts. I took the blackout fabric off my windows, let the light back in. The motion camera near my door finally died completely, so I replaced it with a newer one, something with cloud backup. I don't even check the footage every day anymore. Sometimes I forget it is even recording. I still keep the original list, the one with my name circled. It is in an envelope, sealed, tucked in the back of a drawer. Not because I want a reminder, but because part of me needs to know it was real, that I didn't imagine the tension, that the sound of an engine idling outside my house for too long was not just in my head. The police confirmed that Lauren was likely his first target in our area. They found traces of her scent in the van. Nothing else. No body. No phone. No remains. Just a few strands of hair and her name, written at the top of the first folder in blue ink. That was the line she got. Just her name. And mine was next. I visited the place where they found the van a month after the arrest. It was a long drive, a back road lined with trees and old fences. The barn was still there. Nothing left but scorched dirt where the van had burned. No marker, no sign, just a space. I stood there for a long time. Not angry, not scared. Just quiet. I don't know why I went. Closure, maybe. Or just to prove to myself that it ended. That the van wasn't still out there somewhere, idling in the dark, waiting to slide into the edge of my vision again. I haven't seen it since. And I think that matters. The neighborhood feels different now. Not nervous. Not paranoid. Just aware. People walk more together. I see more porch lights left on at night. Someone even organized a small community meeting last month about neighborhood safety. Not a dramatic one. No panic. Just people sharing what they had noticed, what they had seen, what they wanted to do differently. That's the thing about something like this. It doesn't just end, but it can settle. It can shift from fear to alertness, from isolation to connection. That's what it did for me, anyway. I still get the occasional knock that makes my heart lurch. I still flinch at the sound of engines slowing down near the curb. But I sleep again. And most mornings, I wake up to nothing but the sound of birds and sprinklers and the rustle of trees outside the window. That's enough for now. I don't know where he is. He still has not spoken. Still no name. Still no answer to why. But they have him. And I am still here. That matters more. Because some part of me believed, back when this started, that I would vanish too. That I would become a face on a flyer or a blurry clip from a doorbell camera. But I didn't. I spoke up. I paid attention. And because of that, maybe someone else won't end up on a list like mine. Maybe someone else will look out their window at a parked van and decide not to brush it off. Maybe someone else will be believed. That's why I'm writing this. Not because I want to remember, but because I want someone else to notice sooner. Because the van didn't have plates, but I still saw it, and that made all the difference. I hired her on a Monday. It wasn't some big decision, I just needed help. My place had gotten out of hand. Work had been busy. I'd been putting off little things that turned into big messes, and the thought of spending my one day off scrubbing baseboards made me feel bone tired. I wasn't looking for anything fancy, just a basic cleaning. I searched online, but most of the bigger services were either booked solid or charged too much. Then I found a smaller listing buried a few pages deep into a local search. The website was simple, bare bones, honestly. White background, light blue text, no frills. Reliable local cleaning, it said. Underneath was a phone number, a short description, and a few blurry photos of freshly vacuumed carpets and sparkling sinks. No reviews. I hesitated, but something about it seemed low-key, not scammy exactly, just outdated, like it had been built in 2008 and never touched again. The price was right, and I didn't feel like scrubbing my bathtub. So I texted the number. A reply came 10 minutes later. Yes, available Thursday morning. Cleaner is vaccinated. Will bring supplies. Cash or Venmo. Let me know the address. I sent the address. They said they'd arrive between 9 and 10. That was it. No confirmation email, no intake form, nothing official. Thursday morning came. I was up early, half scrubbing the bathroom out of guilt when the doorbell rang at 9:05. I opened the door to find a woman standing there in a gray coat, holding a large tote bag. She was older, maybe late 60s, with neatly tied back hair and a face that didn't smile, just sort of acknowledged me. She had no name tag, no shirt with the company logo, just her, quiet, expressionless. "Hi," I said, "you're with a cleaning service?" She nodded once. "Okay, great. Come on in." She stepped inside and looked around briefly. Still no smile, no small talk. She pulled a pair of rubber gloves from her bag and went straight for the kitchen. Everything's pretty self-explanatory," I said, trailing after her. "Kitchen, living room, bathroom, and the bedroom, if you have time. Nothing crazy." She just nodded again and started clearing off my counter. Something about how fast she moved caught me off guard. She wasn't rushing, exactly, but she had this kind of mechanical rhythm, wiping, spraying, stacking, like she'd done it 1,000 times in 1,000 identical houses. I offered her coffee, but she shook her head. I had a Zoom meeting for work, so I took my laptop into the bedroom and shut the door. I could hear her moving through the house, quiet but consistent, like the rhythm of a washing machine in the next room. The call went long, maybe 45 minutes, and by the time I came back out, she was already halfway through the bathroom. She'd finished the kitchen, counters wiped, floor mopped, sink gleaming. It looked great, honestly better than I expected. I thanked her. She didn't really respond, just moved on to the hallway mirror. She finished around 10:50, pulled off her gloves, nodded again, and started packing up. I asked her if she had Venmo. She took out her phone, typed in her handle at Elclens28, and showed it to me. I sent the money, added a 20 tip, and waited for the confirmation. "Do you need me to leave a review anywhere?" I asked. She blinked, then shook her head. "Oh, Okay." She gave one more polite nod and walked out without another word. I watched her leave through the front window. She crossed the lawn, got into a silver sedan, older model, no plates on the front, and pulled away slowly. I stood there for a moment, weirdly unsure of what to do with myself. The house was spotless. The cleaner had done a great job. But something about the whole thing felt unfinished. I went to the kitchen to plug in my phone and noticed the charger was on the counter, unplugged, coiled neatly. That was odd. I never unplug it. I shook it off and walked into the bedroom to make the bed, even though I knew she'd already done it. That's when I noticed the top drawer of my dresser was slightly open. Just a crack. It was my underwear drawer. I never leave it open. I pulled it out, checking to see if anything was missing, but nothing jumped out. Everything was still folded, still there, as far as I could tell. But the idea that it had been opened without my knowing it stuck. Back in the kitchen, I opened the drawer where I keep my utensils, forks, knives, all lined up in the tray. But one of the knives was gone. Not one of the butter knives, one of the good ones, a small chef's knife I used for cutting fruit. I checked the dishwasher, nothing. Checked the sink, clean, empty. It was just gone. I walked through the apartment again, slower this time. I looked in every drawer, opened the closets, checked the bathroom cabinets. Nothing else seemed out of place. I told myself it was fine, that maybe I'd misplaced the knife, or maybe I opened the drawer earlier and forgot, that maybe the cleaner had unplugged the charger just to move something around. Still, I tried calling the number from the website just to be safe. It rang once, then disconnected. I tried again. This time, nothing at all. I pulled up the website. Gone. Just a 404 error. No company logo. No contact info. No trace it had ever existed. I went to Venmo, tapped the payment, and clicked the profile. The photo was generic, just a gray silhouette. The name was listed as L. Carter. No other transactions. I copied the name and searched it. The first few results were noise LinkedIn profiles, Facebook accounts. Then I saw a local news article from 3 months ago. Short, almost nothing. A woman named Lisa Carter arrested in connection with a string of home burglaries in the region. No mugshot, just a name, a brief mention, and a note that the investigation was ongoing. There were other results. Older ones, a police scanner log from 2019 mentioning the same name, same area, assault and theft. I stared at the screen. Then I looked around my apartment. Clean, quiet, nothing broken. Just a drawer cracked open, a knife missing, a charger unplugged. Small things, but it was enough. That night, I kept thinking about the drawer. It was such a small thing. It shouldn't have bothered me as much as it did. Nothing was missing. Nothing was broken. The place looked great. But I knew I didn't leave it open, and there was something about the way it was just slightly cracked, like it had been opened and closed a little too fast, that got under my skin. I stood in the bedroom doorway, staring at it for way too long. I even reopened the drawer and ran my hand over the folded stacks. Nothing felt different, but still, I knew it had been touched. You can just tell sometimes. I walked back into the kitchen and checked again for the knife. I looked through every drawer, the dish rack, the trash, even the fridge. It was just gone. Not stolen in the traditional sense, just taken, slipped away, quietly. I sat on the couch and stared at the blank TV screen for almost an hour. I told myself it didn't matter. Maybe she'd moved the drawer to dust and forgot to shut it. Maybe the knife had ended up in the wrong place. Maybe I was overreacting because of how weirdly quiet she'd been. Still, I kept the living room light on all night. Not on purpose, I just never turned it off. The next morning I tried the number again, same thing, one ring, then nothing. I tried from a different phone just in case, same result. I searched again for the website, still gone, cleared my history, tried incognito, nothing. That's when I opened the Venmo app and stared at the profile again. L. Carter, no profile picture, no friends, no public transactions. I searched her name again, this time narrowing it to my city. A couple of local forums came up, mostly junk, but one thread stood out. Someone had posted about a woman named Lisa Carter claiming to be a cleaner, then disappearing with a bunch of valuables. The original post was months old. The replies were scattered. A few people said they'd heard similar stories. One person mentioned their sister's friend had hired someone by that name and swore her place was off afterward. Another said she was arrested a while back but never charged. I clicked on one reply from a user named Dorian House 86. It said, "My mom hired her. Weird energy. Nothing was missing, but stuff felt moved. My mom got paranoid and installed cameras. Called the police, but they didn't take her seriously." That made my stomach turn a little. I got up, walked the apartment again. Same loop. Kitchen, bedroom, closet, bathroom. Nothing new. Nothing obviously out of place. Still, I ended up going to Target later that day and bought a little camera, one of those small magnetic ones you can stick above a doorway or on a bookshelf. It connects to your phone and records everything. I didn't think I'd actually need it, but I needed to feel like I was doing something. I set it up in the living room, angled toward the front door and hallway. That night I lay in bed and stared at the ceiling for what felt like hours. I heard noises I'd never noticed before, pops in the walls, cars in the distance, the hum of the fridge. I kept trying to remember more details about her. The way she moved, her face, her hands. She didn't wear gloves the whole time. I remembered seeing her bare hands when she was packing up. Pale, thin, her nails were clean but short, like she cut them often, not bitten clipped. I remembered how quiet she was, not in a shy way, just blank, like she wasn't really there. Thursday night passed without incident, then Friday, then Saturday. The camera picked up nothing but me coming and going, checking my phone, pacing around like someone twice my age. I started to relax. Told myself maybe it was just a weird experience. Maybe she'd cleaned the drawer and forgotten to close it. Maybe I'd misplaced the knife. Maybe she was a real cleaner with a sketchy past who just wanted cash gigs and didn't talk much. But then Sunday afternoon, I noticed something new. The charger in my bedroom was gone. Not unplugged, gone. I was sure I hadn't moved it. It had been plugged in next to the nightstand since I bought it. I checked the floor, the drawer, under the bed. I searched the entire apartment twice, then again just to be sure. I even opened the closet and dug through my laundry basket like maybe I'd dropped it in a half-asleep state. Nothing. That weird, cold feeling crept back in. Someone had been in the apartment. That night, I watched the entire week's worth of camera footage again, frame by frame. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. No sign of anyone entering. But I hadn't installed the camera until after she left. There was a key hidden under the potted plant on my porch. Had been for years. Everyone did it. A backup for locked doors, for friends stopping by, for the dog walker. I'd never thought twice about it. I went outside. The plant was moved, just slightly. It wasn't centered the way I always left it. I lifted it. The key was still there, but it was clean. Cleaner than the dirt around it, like someone had used it, then set it right back. I didn't know what to do. Call the police and tell them what? That I hired a cleaner and now my charger was missing? That my kitchen knife was gone? That a drawer was cracked open? They'd roll their eyes, maybe take a report. Nothing would happen. I brought the spare key inside and hid it in a drawer under some socks. Then I ordered a deadbolt with a code lock and paid extra for same-day delivery. I spent Sunday night double-checking the windows. I turned on the camera's motion alert setting. I locked every door twice. But I still didn't sleep. Not really. Because if she had the key once, there was a chance she made a copy. And if she made a copy, she could come back any time. I didn't leave the apartment Monday. I told work I was sick. That part wasn't a lie. I felt like I hadn't slept in days, like my nerves were frayed just enough that one more strange thing might tip me over the edge. So I stayed home. Sat on the couch most of the day with the TV on low and the camera app open on my phone, checking the live feed every 30 seconds even though I was sitting in the same room. Every sound felt louder. Every breeze from the hallway vent made me flinch. I started making little mental notes of where things were: my bag on the chair, the coaster under my water glass, the way the rug sat just a bit off-center. That way, if something shifted, I'd know. Around noon, I went through my drawers again, not looking for anything missing this time, just looking. My underwear drawer was still fine, jewelry box untouched. But one of my earrings, the left one from a pair of little gold hoops I wore a lot, had been moved. Not stolen, just turned. The clasp was facing up instead of down. It was probably nothing, but still. I grabbed my laptop and went digging again. Back to forums, missing person boards, crime discussion threads. I searched Lisa Carter Cleaner, Georgia, even though I wasn't in Georgia, hoping maybe she'd moved around. Nothing solid. A few vague mentions, but always indirect. Nothing traceable. I typed her name into Facebook, Instagram, even Pinterest. I didn't really expect to find her, and I didn't. Just more blank profiles, empty usernames, gray silhouettes. I tried the Venmo account again, same as before. No photo, no friends, just a name. Around 3, I looked at the camera footage from the night before. Still nothing, but I kept watching. I even scrubbed through Saturday again, in case I'd missed something. And that's when I saw it. It was quick, maybe 3 seconds total. A soft flicker of movement on the very edge of the screen, just inside the frame where the hallway meets the living room. It happened just after midnight. I rewound it, slowed it down. They're just barely visible, a shadow that shouldn't be there, too low for the coat rack, too wide for the cat, and I don't even have a cat. No sound, no clear shape, but the camera picked up the shift in light. It wasn't the kind of thing that could be explained by wind or passing cars. It was inside. I felt that cold flush run down my spine, the one that makes your hands feel hollow and your mouth dry. I stared at the screen, heart pounding, suddenly very aware of every unlocked app on my phone, every account I'd used without thinking, every little digital trail I might have left behind. And then I thought about the plant again, the spare key I'd brought inside. I checked the drawer, still there. But now I couldn't shake the idea that a second copy existed, that maybe she'd made one the first time she was here, that maybe she didn't need the spare under the plant at all. I went to the door and stared at it like that would tell me something. The deadbolt was locked, so was the bottom lock. Everything looked untouched, but I didn't trust it anymore. That night, I pushed a chair up under the doorknob before bed. I turned the living room lamp toward the window so it looked like someone was awake. I put my phone and pepper spray on the nightstand and left the camera app open beside my pillow. Sleep came in short, shallow pockets. Half an hour here, 20 minutes there. Every creak in the floorboards felt too deliberate. Every shift in light outside made me sit up. At one point, just after 3, I thought I heard something. A tap, maybe, or a click. I froze, held my breath, but it didn't happen again. Morning came eventually, even though it didn't feel like it. I got up and started coffee, and it was only when I pulled the mug from the cabinet that I noticed something else. One of the mugs was turned the wrong way. All of mine face, right handles at 4 o'clock, always. It's a habit, not OCD, just preference. I always turn them that way when I unload the dishwasher, but this one was facing left. I stared at it for a long time. Then I checked the cabinets. One of the cereal boxes was backward, not upside down, just facing the wrong way. It wasn't proof, not really, but it was enough to know I wasn't imagining this. Someone had been here again. I called the police that afternoon. I didn't want to. I knew how it would go, but I needed the paper trail. I needed someone to write it down, to log the name, to at least pretend to take me seriously. The officer who came out was polite, young, clearly trying to seem helpful. She took notes while I explained everything. The cleaning appointment, the missing knife, the unlocked key, the charger, the camera footage. When I showed her the clip of the shadow, she leaned in and watched it twice. She didn't say much, just asked if I had a screenshot of the Venmo profile. I did. She wrote down the name, said she'd check with their system to see if anything popped, said it wasn't much, but it was something. Then she gave me the speech I'd expected. Without clear footage or forced entry, there's not much we can do right now, but we'll log this. If anything else happens, don't hesitate to call. And if you feel unsafe, don't wait. Get somewhere public. I nodded. She left. And that night, I didn't sleep at all. I sat on the couch with the lights on and the front door in view, one eye on the hallway, the other on my phone, just waiting for that shadow to flicker again. Tuesday night was when I stopped pretending. I hadn't left the apartment in almost 2 full days. Every time I tried, I ended up pacing by the door, checking the locks again, listening for sounds in the hallway. I even canceled a coffee date with Lydia, told her I had a cold, which wasn't exactly a lie. I felt sick, but it wasn't anything a thermometer could catch. I didn't even shower. That was the first time I caught myself doing something different, not out of laziness, but caution. It felt stupid, but I didn't want to be distracted. Didn't want to miss something. I kept thinking, what if she comes while I'm in the bathroom? What if that's when she tries the door again? I checked the camera footage obsessively, every 2 hours, then every hour. I kept the app open on my phone so I could see the live feed in the corner while I scrolled or tried to read. But I wasn't really reading. The apartment was clean, too clean now. Every drawer perfectly aligned, every cabinet checked twice. I'd started setting little traps without really calling them that. Left a piece of paper folded just barely under the edge of the doormat. Placed a single crumb on the counter. Lined up the salt and pepper shakers so they were touching. They were small things, but I needed to know if anything moved. I also took the spare key I'd hidden in the sock drawer and drove it across town. Dropped it into a random donation box outside a Goodwill just to get it away from me. I didn't trust anything anymore. That night, I dragged a kitchen chair into the hallway and sat across from the front door with my laptop. I didn't plan on doing it all night, just for an hour or two, but I lost track of time. It was almost 2 in the morning when I heard the sound. A tap. Then silence. Then another. It wasn't loud, just deliberate, like someone testing the surface of the door, or tapping with a fingernail. I went perfectly still, didn't breathe, just stared at the knob. It didn't turn, the lock didn't jiggle, but the tapping came again, 3 in a row, like a pattern. Then nothing. I waited. I don't know how long, maybe 10 minutes, maybe 30. Then I stood up and stepped silently to the peephole. No one there. But the hallway felt wrong, like it had just been disturbed, like the air was still settling. I didn't open the door. I didn't even touch it. I just sat back down, picked up my phone, and checked the camera feed. Nothing. I rewound the last 10 minutes and played it twice. Nothing. The feed didn't cover the hallway, just the inside. And I knew then, without question, that someone had been just on the other side, testing, watching, maybe listening. I didn't go back to sleep. I didn't even blink much. When the sun came up, I went to the hardware store and bought a second lock. not a deadbolt and inside latch, something that could only be opened from the inside even if you had the key. I also bought a doorstop alarm, tiny little wedge you stick under the door that screeches like a fire alarm if the door moves at all. That afternoon I installed both. The latch went on crooked, but it held. The alarm made me jump when I tested it. Good. I also called the cleaning service number again. Still disconnected. I searched the site again, still gone. The Venmo account? Still blank, no history, no response when I sent a request for a refund, just to see. At this point, I wasn't expecting anything to change, but I kept looking anyway. It was like scratching at something under the skin. You know it won't help, but you can't stop. Around 6, Lydia texted again. "You alive?" I stared at the message for a long time. She had no idea what was happening. I hadn't told her the full story. I didn't want to sound like a conspiracy theorist. "I'm fine, just tired," I wrote. She sent back a thumbs-up emoji and nothing else. Later that night, I checked the traps again. The paper under the mat was gone. Not shifted, gone. I checked the garbage and recycling. Nothing. I hadn't vacuumed. I hadn't swept. It hadn't just blown away. I'd placed it carefully, just enough to see if the door had moved. And now it was missing. The crumb on the counter was still there. But the salt and pepper shakers, they weren't touching anymore. I knew I hadn't moved them. It was like someone was toying with me. Not robbing, not threatening. Just showing me. I'm still here. I locked every window that night. I placed my spare car key with the built-in alarm next to the bed. I even opened the utility closet and unscrewed the broom handle, just to have something solid nearby. And then I sat in bed with the lights off and the phone in my hand and waited. Half of me expected nothing. Half of me expected the door to swing open and end it all. But neither happened. Just silence. Just another night of no sleep. Just the long, slow awareness that whoever she wasn't finished. And she didn't need to be in the apartment to remind me of that. She'd already been here. She already knew what scared me. And now, she was using it. I woke up Wednesday morning with the kind of clarity that usually only comes after you've lost something. I hadn't actually slept, not in any real way, but sometime around 5:30, as the first sliver of daylight pushed through the blinds, I sat up, and something just clicked. I was done waiting. The fear was still there, sitting in my chest like a rock, but it wasn't in charge anymore. It was background noise now, not the main event. There's something strange that happens when you live with dread long enough. You start to get used to it. And once it stops being the scariest thing in the room, you have space to move. I made coffee, ate toast, didn't even check the camera right away. For the first time since the cleaner had come, I didn't rush to prove something had changed, because I already knew it had. I checked the traps later. The salt and pepper shakers were back in place, perfectly aligned. The crumb was gone, and this time there was something new. The smallest item on my key ring, a tiny flashlight I'd never used, was sitting on the hallway table. I hadn't put it there. I hadn't even touched my keys. She'd been back again. And this time, she wanted me to know. I didn't call the police. I didn't want another officer telling me there was nothing they could do. I didn't want a report filed away in a drawer that no one would read. Instead, I grabbed my laptop, the USB drive with all the camera footage, and started writing everything down, every time, every detail, a full timeline from the day I found the website to now. I didn't just include the missing knife or the open drawer. I included the texts, the payment, the missing charger, the backward cereal box, the sound at the door. I wrote it all, printed 2 copies, and sealed them in envelopes. One I put in my bag, the other I dropped in the outgoing mail slot addressed to my sister. It wasn't about being dramatic. It was about making sure someone else knew. That afternoon I took a cab across town and walked 3 blocks to a coffee shop I used to go to in college. It was familiar, busy, full of people who didn't look twice at me. I sat near the back, ordered a drink I didn't want, and used their Wi-Fi to check the Venmo profile again. Still there, still blank. Then I tried something I hadn't before. I created a new Venmo account, different name, different phone number. I sent a payment request to L. Carter, just $10. In the notes, I typed, "You came back, I know." I watched the screen for 15 minutes. Nothing. Then I walked a few blocks more, found a public library, and used one of their computers to search for her again. But this time, I tried variations of the name. Lisa Carter, Linda C., L. Chapman, Cleaner Assault Report. Something finally hit. A brief police bulletin from almost 5 years ago. It was light on detail, just a name, a vague location in another county, and a single line that caught my eye. No charges filed, suspect released. The report listed her age. At the time, she would have been in her early 60s. Same age as the woman who walked into my house last week. I printed the page. When I got home, nothing looked different. The lights were off. The apartment was quiet. But that didn't mean anything anymore. I checked the footage. The camera had captured 4 hours of silence. Then, at 2:13 p.m., something new. Not the hallway this time. The camera had been moved. Just slightly. The angle had changed. It was now pointed a little more to the right, still catching the living room, but missing the hallway entirely. No alert, no sound. Just a perfect, silent adjustment. It wasn't me. I closed the app, turned off the lights, and sat on the floor next to the couch with the curtains drawn. I don't know why. It felt like the only place I could see everything at once. That's where I was when my phone buzzed. It was a Venmo notification. Payment request accepted. From @LClients28. No message. Just the $10 sent back to me. She'd seen the note. She'd responded. That was her way of saying, "Yes, I know you know." And I think she liked it. I didn't respond. I unplugged the router, took the camera off the wall, and packed everything electronic into a box and shoved it under the bed. No more watching, no more tracking. Let her wonder if I was still scared. Let her wonder if I was waiting. Because I wasn't, not anymore. I spent the rest of the evening doing something I hadn't done in days, reclaiming my space. I cleaned, I reorganized, I played music, I cooked dinner, I left every drawer wide open while I worked, like a dare. Come look again, see what's different. She didn't come that night, or if she did, she didn't touch anything. But I could feel her out there, close, hovering at the edge of whatever this had become. She'd gotten away with it for so long, with slipping in and out, with watching, with taking. But she didn't know what to do when someone turned around and stared back. She came back Thursday. I knew she would. I'd been waiting, just not in the way I had before. Not the kind of waiting that wears you down, keeps your chest tight and your lights on all night. This was different. A kind of stillness I hadn't felt in weeks. I had no camera running, no app open, no security system notifications to obsess over. I'd stripped all of it away the night before. If she was going to show herself again, it was going to be face to face. I stayed home that whole day, moved around the apartment the way I used to barefoot, music playing low in the background, windows cracked to let the breeze in. I didn't leave any traps this time. I didn't check my drawers. I didn't touch the knife block. By then, I didn't need more evidence. I already knew the truth. It was around 6:45 p.m. The light was golden sharp, hitting everything just right. I was in the kitchen washing a dish when I saw her. She was standing across the street, just barely visible between the tree branches, not moving, not hiding. Just watching. I dried my hands slowly, walked to the window, and looked straight at her. She didn't flinch. She wasn't wearing the same gray coat as before. This time it was black, clean, sharp. Her hair was pulled back again. Her face looked exactly the way I remembered, calm, unreadable. But there was something different in her eyes. I think she knew it was over, that I wasn't scared anymore, that whatever game she thought she was playing, whatever power she thought she had, it didn't work here now. We stared at each other for what felt like a full minute. Then she turned and walked away. Not rushed, not dramatic. Just gone. I didn't call the police. I didn't take a photo. I didn't even write it down until the next morning, because it didn't matter anymore. I'd already won. The fear wasn't in the apartment anymore. It was with her now. I never saw her again. Not in person anyway. A week later, I checked the Venmo account one last time. At El Clients 28 no longer existed. The profile was deleted. I searched her name again. Same results. Scattered mentions. No arrests. Nothing concrete. But she was real. I knew that now. She had a system. She slipped through the cracks. She picked people like me, working women living alone. Just enough stress to justify hiring help from a random website buried on the 4th page of a search. Just enough pride to feel stupid after it went wrong. Just enough doubt to keep quiet. But not this time. I kept the documentation, all of it, the timeline, the printouts, the video clips, the receipts. I sent copies to 3 different places, a digital safety deposit box, my sister, and a non-profit that tracks missing persons and repeat scam patterns. I didn't care if she got caught. That was never the point. I just wanted her name to live somewhere she couldn't erase it. Eventually, I deleted the camera app, took down the latch on the door, started sleeping with the lights off again. I moved the new deadbolt to the front door anyway, kept the wedge alarm, just in case. But I don't think she'll come back. I think people like her only know how to haunt places where they're welcome in silence. And I don't live like that anymore. A month after it ended, I cleaned the apartment top to bottom. Not because I had to, not because it was dirty, but because I wanted to take the space back. I vacuumed under the bed, emptied the closets, donated 3 boxes of clothes, rearranged the furniture, put the couch against the other wall. It felt like I was walking into someone else's place. And maybe I was. Maybe that's what comes out of something like this. You don't bounce back. You change shape. You come out rearranged. But you come out. That's the part that matters. I still check the locks, still notice little things, still remember the way she moved, fast and precise, like she knew she belonged wherever she was. But I don't feel scared anymore. I feel sharp. I feel awake. The truth is, you don't need a break-in to feel violated. Sometimes it's just a drawer left open, a charger moved, a knife gone. It's the knowing someone was here. That's enough. And the real violation? It's when no one believes you. But I believed me. And that made all the difference.